Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Karaji. I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee of the Studio City Neighborhood Council. Tonight is Wednesday evening, August 10, 2022, 7 p.m. Actually 7:04 p.m. in the evening. I am joined by my co-chair, Randy Freed, who is going to be chairing this meeting with me. I'm going to go ahead and take roll. Randy Freed.
Here.
Jesse Porter.
Here.
Lana Shackelford may be absent, maybe a little late, not sure yet. Some things. Richard Niederberg. Richard Niederberg.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Dean Cutler.
Here.
Adele Slaughter.
Here.
Great, everyone is present except for Lana Shackelford. We have a quorum. We will proceed to number 2, announcements, reports, and updates by the committee chair. So I just wanted to say I received a couple of calls, some texts, I guess a couple of emails that I was given a heads up to about number 7 and the deluge of proposed future projects that are on this list. So we are not going to be discussing all of them this evening. That is not going to happen. This is just as number 7 states, it is proposed projects and future development. Ongoing and updated information will soon be compiled at one destination, and a link will be provided for all, as in all stakeholders, committee members, board members, to access, which will include the following existing projects that are in future development and new projects that will be coming to Studio City will be added onto this list. So Scott Mendel proposed this item number and action. Do you want to speak to that and explain what your thought process was, or would you like me to do it? Scott.
Sure, happy to explain. This was not supposed to be a copy and paste into the agenda that appears as multiple agenda items. This was simply a one line that would link to a continually updated document that has all the information. The information was not to be included in the agenda as 10 items. It was just a link to a repository of all the information. So it sounds to me that it may have been put on the agenda slightly in error, and I assume for next month it'll just be a link to a document that we will update offline. I hope that clears that up.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to number 3, public comments. Please raise your hand. Black Puppet.
What the hell? Put my goddamn mic on. I put it on. All right. Yes, I'm subbing in tonight. Sorry, I put the return. Mr. Goat Puppet had to be taking a time out. You've been getting a little too hornsy. Yes, that's the term. Yes. Man, I appreciate that Scott got caught. As you know, there was an illegal coup that took place here recently. That the rightful president was defeated and replaced with Mandel and Brandon. And now, you know that they put all that shit on that agenda today, and you know the FBI and every agency there has a copy. So what does he do? You saw what Lisa did? You looked him right in the eye and said, did you do that motherfucker intentionally? Is you trying to make me look like a dirtbag? And Scott folded his tent, went into the corner underneath his mama's skirt. And you saw it here live. He did a Donald Trump. That's right.
Great, thank you. That's 1 minute. Next, Barry Johnson.
Thought I had 2 minutes. God damn it.
Barry. Barry Johnson. We'll come back to Barry. Diana, Nicole.
Hello.
Yes, hi, go ahead. Sorry, Diana. Barry, go ahead. Diana. Diane, Nicole. Hi.
Hello, thanks.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I'm seeing a lot of developments on the land use agenda for studio and micro apartments. And I want the committee to be aware. I'm going to pass on a little of my expertise. I was in director of the largest real estate company in the nation at some point in my life. I then went to work for Marriott Corporation. And what these are, these micro apartments and studios are a red flag for short-term rentals and hotels. And that's what appears is happening here in Studio City with these new proposed developments. So I urge the committee to ask the right questions. I make myself available to help you ask the right questions of these developers when they bring these projects to the committee, because short-term rentals, hotels are not going to help us with affordable housing and housing. There's going to be lots of vacancy there, and this has nothing to do with taking care of families.
Great, thank you so much. Barry Johnson, go ahead. Barry. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
Yes, this is just a request that the chair make sure that all of the participants, including stakeholders, follow the same rules as we must under the code of conduct. Thank you.
Agreed, thank you. Barry Johnson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I just wanted to say, in my 17-year involvement with the Studio City Neighborhood Council, I have never seen the SCNC approve exceptions and variances to heights over the years. We have been steadfast in not doing that, and I just want to remind the committee of that fact and to stick to our guns. And remember, the specific plan says to provide a compatible and harmonious relationship between residential and commercial development where commercial areas are contiguous to residential neighborhoods. So let's remember that, please. Thank you.
All right, great. Anyone else? Comments on non-agenda items? Randy, did you want to go ahead and introduce number 4? Any response to any of the, excuse me, 1 second, Randy, to public comments by committee members?
It looks like you have one more public comment hand raised by Patrice Berlin.
Patrice?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say, I think it was a great idea. I'm not sure who's responsible, but to show the stakeholders all the projects that are going on right now in Studio City or that have been applied for, because I would bet you 95% of the residents here have no idea of what is going on. So
That's
great
really,
idea.
Right, and it's Scott Mendel's idea. That's really too bad because I do make it a point to announce those projects week or month after month rather. So thank you for that, Patrice, and it was Scott Mendel's idea. So moving on to number 5.
There's a hand raised by, oh, it went back down. Never mind.
Yeah. All right, so number 5, did you want to go ahead and take it, Randy?
Sure, no problem. So item number 5, presentation, discussion, possible motion. But first Q&A to follow presentation of the proposed wildlife district ordinance. We have a representative, Conni Pallini-Tipton, senior city planner, and I believe some colleagues that are with her. So, Conni?
Hi there.
Take it away.
Thank you, Randy. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. All right. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak with you this evening and to hopefully provide some information about the proposed wildlife ordinance that is being proposed for the Santa Monica Mountains area that includes your neighborhood council. I have with me Patrick Whalen this evening, who's going to be starting our item with a presentation, and Kat Superfisky, who is part of the wildlife team. So after the presentation, we're going to try and answer any clarifying questions, and hopefully we will use this time with your group to, again, clarify any misinformation and provide good information. So we hope to do that. And I'm going to hand it over to Patrick, who will be presenting and sharing his screen momentarily.
Thanks, Connie. All right, just bear with me while I share my screen here. Let's see.
Yeah, and while Patrick is getting his screen ready for sharing, again, just want to thank you all for inviting us. We understand that there are a lot of concerns about this proposed ordinance, and we want to obviously build on the information that we have provided online. We understand that that's still providing a lot of confusion. Our draft ordinance is written in a very bureaucratic manner, as many of our ordinances are. And so we hope to use this time with you this evening to help clarify and bring information to you in a less bureaucratic manner. And so we are in the process of obtaining comments from the public. Still, we had a public hearing a couple weeks ago, received a lot of comments, both in support and in opposition. So we are trying to analyze those comments and understand where concerns are coming from so we can make revisions to the proposed ordinance. So we're hoping to, again, offer you some information this evening and also hear about those remaining concerns. So Patrick, are you ready for the presentation, or are you having technical issues? Maybe
He may have disappeared. So I'm just looking for him right now.
Okay, I do apologize. These virtual meetings can sometimes be a little bit challenging for us on different platforms, but it should just take us a couple minutes to get up and running.
Sure, sure.
Let's see, and I did mention our website in case people are interested and haven't already visited the website. The proposed ordinance and background materials are available on the LA City Planning website at LA Planning. I'm sorry, I'm having a moment, but I'll drop it in the chat, and it's also shown there on the screen. I see Patrick's got it up and running. So planningforla.org slash wildlife. That's where the proposed ordinance is located. There are a number of fact sheets providing clarifications to some information that has been circulating that may not be quite accurate. We also have recently posted additional materials to help people understand where recommendations have the research behind the recommendations. So I'm going to hand it over to Patrick, who will walk through these latest pieces of information and also provide some clarifications to questions that we've heard thus far.
Thanks again, Connie. Sorry about that technical difficulties there. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so let's start. So hi, everyone. As Connie said, my name is Patrick Whalen. I'm a city planner with the Department of City Planning, and I'm currently working on the Wildlife Ordinance. I'd like to thank the Studio City Neighborhood Council for having us here to present on the proposed ordinance tonight, and hopefully we can share some good information and answer some good questions for you guys. Let's see. Oh, sorry. There we go. Oh. Okay. So given the relatively short amount of time we have with you all tonight, we've prepared a short presentation to cover a little bit of background information, an overview of the proposed regulations contained in the ordinance, and a couple of common questions we've received since the latest public release of the ordinance in April of this year. Following the presentation, Connie, Kat, and myself will be available to answer some questions. And I just would like to reiterate what Connie just said, that we have a wealth of information on our project webpage, including videos, slideshow presentations, fact sheets, and more that you can access at planningforla.org/wildlife. So before we jump into the discussion of the proposed regulations, I wanted to spend a minute to talk about some of the background research that was done in preparation of this ordinance. City planning staff conducted extensive research and consulted with many organizations, experts, LA City departments, other jurisdictions, and more. These maps represent some of the initial research that was done to study local wildlife and ecology. These maps provide some context to the city's hillside areas that have already been identified for their regional natural resource value. For example, the county's significant ecological areas, which you can see in green on the map on the far left, and the rim of the valley corridor, which you can see in brown on that same map, are shown there on the left. The center map shows that many of these same areas are also vulnerable to fire and are labeled as very high fire severity zones. And the map on the right shows probable pathways for wildlife movement within the city, identified by a consultant to the wildlife team. So as mentioned, to assist the team, the city hired biological consultants to identify areas of the city that are ecologically sensitive. Some of the factors that were taken into consideration included identifying areas in proximity to large, undeveloped natural open spaces, as well as areas that contain intact vegetation and water resources. These identified areas, which are shown in green on this map, are being referred to as the Preliminary Protection Areas for Wildlife, or PAWS. The Wildlife District was subsequently selected based on this study and the council's direction, the city council's direction, and represents a smaller subset of the PAWS, which is shown here in yellow. So here's a zoomed in view of the Wildlife District boundary. So the Planning Department released a draft wildlife ordinance in May of 2021. After receiving and incorporating extensive comments and public feedback on the original draft, City Planning re-released a revised ordinance in 2022, in April of 2022. This map shows the boundaries of the proposed district. They are roughly the 101 freeway on the east, the 405 freeway on the west, Sunset Boulevard and the city's municipal boundary on the south, and just south of Ventura Boulevard on the north side. This includes the neighborhoods of Hollywood, Laurel Canyon, Bel Air, Beverly Crest, Sherman Oaks, and Studio City. The proposed wildlife ordinance district can be viewed in greater detail on an interactive map located on our project website, which again, planningforla.org/wildlife. Once adopted, it is intended that the regulations proposed in the ordinance would eventually be expanded to all of the PAWs throughout the city. So the overarching goal of the wildlife ordinance is to balance development with wildlife habitat and connectivity to achieve co-benefits of biodiversity, sustainability, and climate resilience. In addition to this overarching goal, the ordinance also intends to maintain wildlife movement, promote biodiversity, preserve ecosystems, minimize disturbance of natural features, protect wildlife resources such as water features, open spaces, and ridgelines, and limit human and wildlife conflict. So now that we've covered a little bit of background information and the goals of the ordinance, we can jump into a discussion of the proposed development regulations. In terms of setbacks, front, side, and rear yard setbacks are already required for properties across the city, including those within the wildlife district. The 2022 draft of the wildlife ordinance maintains that the front yard setback minimum be 10 feet and removes the allowance for prevailing setbacks that result in 0 or reduced setbacks. In terms of fencing, while existing city regulations already limit the fence height to 3.5 feet within the front yard and 6 feet within side and rear yards, the wildlife ordinance also introduces the concept of wildlife-friendly fencing as a requirement for some fencing within wildlife districts. To be considered wildlife-friendly, any portion or segment of fencing above 3.5 feet must be 50% open to allow for wildlife to safely move through. Additionally, fencing materials that are hazardous to wildlife, including spikes, glass, barbed wire, etc., are prohibited on wildlife-friendly fencing. The ordinance provides options for how people can comply with the fencing standards when they are triggered. The two options are, 1, make any wall or fence located within a required setback or wildlife buffer, which we'll discuss later, be wildlife friendly. Or option 2 is have wildlife friendly in the front yard and leave either one side setback maintained free of obstruction or have the fencing within the rear setback also be wildlife friendly. It's important to note here that property owners can still build and locate solid impermeable fencing on any portion of the property except within the setback areas, which this diagram on this slide is attempting to illustrate. We are trying to provide some flexibility for homeowners to build various fences, walls, hedges for privacy and security, but we do want to maintain some portion of the property that would be permeable for wildlife access and mobility. So next we'll talk about wildlife resource buffers. So wildlife resources are defined in the ordinance as being features which provide wildlife benefits, ecosystem services, and contribute to the overall quality of the natural and built environment. These features include open space, water features, and riparian areas. In order to protect these resources that promote biodiversity and are really key contributors to the local ecosystems, development activity is proposed to be prohibited within 50 feet of wildlife resources. For projects occurring on properties that contain wildlife resources, but not within the resource buffer, site plan review is proposed to be required to ensure that the project will not have an adverse effect on the resource. Next, we will discuss the proposed vegetation and landscaping regulations. New development projects involving landscaping would be required to select plants from a preferred native plant list that includes species suitable for the Santa Monica Mountains climate and topography. The ordinance would also prohibit planting invasive species that can diminish biodiversity and contribute to fire hazards, which would be found on the prohibited plant list. And the wildlife ordinance also attempts to balance the goals of fire safety and preserving habitat by aligning vegetation requirements to LA County fire zones. We've met with the fire department and are in pretty regular communication with them and are trying to make sure that our goals also work with their goals. New development projects containing landscaped areas will also be required to comply with planting zones and to meet the minimum native plant coverage requirement established in the ordinance. So now moving on to grading and residential floor area. So one of the primary approaches to protecting wildlife habitat and connectivity is to minimize site disturbance associated with residential development. We do this by introducing some new standards to regulate grading and residential floor area. These standards refine and strengthen standards that already exist in the Los Angeles Municipal Code, including the baseline hillside ordinance, hillside construction regulations, or HCR, and the low impact development standards. Grading and development activity is proposed to be prohibited on natural slopes that exceed 100% grade. Remedial grading on slopes of 60% grade or higher will be counted towards the total amount of grading permitted on a site. Residential floor area will not be allocated for slope bands of 60% or greater. And slope bands is a concept that was introduced or at least popularized by the baseline hillside ordinance. So if anyone is confused on that, I encourage you to look up that section of the code. The ordinance also proposes to eliminate exemptions for basements and required covered parking in the calculation of residential floor area. And finally, site plan review is proposed for projects that are proposing more than 1,000 cubic yards of remedial grading, or projects proposing 7,500 square feet or more of new total residential floor area. It's important to note that the ordinance also ensures that applicants can utilize the minimum guaranteed residential floor area that's established by the baseline hillside ordinance. Moving on to lot coverage. In response to the growing size and scale of hillside development in recent years, the wildlife ordinance is proposing to refine the lot coverage standards within wildlife district. So a single lot coverage maximum of 50% of the lot area is proposed for any size lot, and that includes basements and structures such as pools and tennis courts, which are not currently counted in the lot coverage calculation. Total lot coverage is proposed to be capped at 50% of the lot and also capped at 100,000 square feet for any size lot, whichever is less. Next, we'll discuss ridge lines. So components of the previously proposed ridgeline protection ordinance, also called the RPO, was integrated into a single effort within the wildlife ordinance earlier this year. The wildlife ordinance has incorporated public feedback received from the RPO process and have tried to respond to some of that feedback through the regulations that are proposed in the wildlife ordinance. So for properties within 50 vertical or horizontal feet of ridgelines, the wildlife ordinance proposes an envelope height of 25 feet, envelope height maximum of 25 feet, and an overall height maximum of 35 feet, allowing for two-story homes. This addresses one of the main concerns that the original ridgeline protection ordinance proposed and that the public found to be overly restrictive. We will provide an explanation of envelope height and overall height on the next slide in case anyone is unclear what those terms mean. In addition to the height requirements, an additional setback is also proposed for ridgeline properties. In order to maintain wildlife connectivity across ridgelines, an additional side yard setback is proposed for properties within 50 feet of a ridgeline. For a new project, the additional side yard dimensions would add 50% more setback on one side of the property. So for example, where a 5-foot side yard is required for a property, the proposed regulation would result in one side yard of 5 feet and one side yard that is 7.5 feet, so 50% more. And that is for new development. So here's a quick explanation of envelope height versus overall height. I think these diagrams are pretty helpful for kind of illustrating these concepts. So envelope height is a continuous limit measured from grade that minimizes the visual impact of development on top of the ridgeline. So this was modified again in response to the feedback on the initial proposal of a 1-story limitation, and this maximum envelope height does allow for new development and 2nd-story additions to come to 2 stories. An overall height restriction is meant to limit the overall development impact on slopes of ridgeline sites. Overall height is measured from the lowest point to the highest point of a structure. This addresses the tiered cascading waterfall effect that you see in many of the hillside areas, especially on properties that have downward sloping lots. So I hope that clears up these concepts. So we'll wrap up the overview of regulations by discussing the standards proposed for lighting, windows, and trash enclosures. Standards for these topics can minimize disruptive and dangerous conditions for wildlife and reduce unwanted interactions with people and pets. The proposed regulations require lighting to be shielded away from open spaces and encourage natural wildlife behavior, which encourages natural wildlife behavior and as well promotes darker night skies. Bird-friendly treatments are required for certain new windows in order to minimize the risk for birds running into windows and surfaces that they can't see, or reflective surfaces that appear as open sky or tree canopy. And then finally, the standards regarding trash enclosures introduce design and material standards, which are intended to minimize hazards to both wildlife and to keep human-wildlife interaction to a minimum. So I know that was a lot of information that was presented pretty quickly. We're going to try to answer some questions shortly, but before we do, we just wanted to share a couple of the questions and answers to some common questions we received following public release of the ordinance in April. First common question to review is, how will the ordinance be applied and to which type of properties will it be applied and which types of projects? So the wildlife ordinance proposes to create a new supplemental use district. The latest draft contains two categories of regulations: district-wide and geography-based regulations. Geography-based are those that apply if a project is located within an area that is within a resource or ridgeline buffer. District-wide regulations apply to new construction, major remodels, additions over 500 square feet, or grading over 500 cubic yards, or protected or removal of a protected or significant tree. For clarification, the proposed ordinance is intended to apply only to the portion of the property that is affected by new activity. It does not apply retroactively or to portions of existing properties that are not proposed to be modified. So for instance, if a homeowner is only replacing their fence, they would need to comply with the new fencing standards, but they would not need to change out their existing windows or lighting to comply with the ordinance. Another example would be if a homeowner builds an addition over 500 square feet, the new addition must comply with the rules that are established in the ordinance. However, if there are no other changes to the existing structure, the existing structure would not need to be retrofitted and would not need to comply with the ordinance. As with other supplemental use districts, there are two primary forms of relief available to individuals who seek to deviate from the wildlife district regulations. There are minor adjustments from certain regulations are allowed, but a major deviation from the regulations would either require as an exception or a variance. And the process for obtaining those is also in the code. The next question we'll review is, how were the regulations being proposed, developed, and what research informed them? So the regulations being proposed within the wildlife ordinance were developed from scientific research, best practices, and also take into account what is feasible and implementable within the constraints of a large municipality like LA. The wildlife pilot study, which the city worked on with a team of ecological and biological consultants, greatly informed this wildlife ordinance, including the delineation of wildlife district boundary, the identification of other areas to designate as PAWS, as previously discussed, and also provided recommendations for ways to address wildlife habitat and connectivity within the city. You can also find a copy of that study on the project webpage. So aside from working closely with the consultant firm and scientific experts, the city also conducted additional research, such as literature reviews, interviews with local and national experts on subject matters, and reviewed peer-reviewed literature and other sources. Staff also conducted meetings with key researchers in the topic areas, and that all greatly informed what we have presented here today and included in the draft ordinance. Planning staff also looked at best practices and precedents from other jurisdictions to help develop the regulations being proposed. Some of these include LA County, San Diego, and Ventura County, the cities of Malibu, Calabasas, Burbank, Glendale, Beverly Hills, as well as various jurisdictions across the country, as well as the American Planning Association, publications from FIRE and planning the Wildland Urban Interface, all were consulted. As I just mentioned, Ventura County just recently underwent a similar effort, which we found very helpful in the development of our regulations. And we definitely looked to our neighboring county to the north for inspiration and best practice while developing these regulations. Finally, and I know we'll wrap up here, a city planning had a technical advisory committee where we created a panel to help review and provide feedback on the development of the ordinance as we progressed. So all of these things and work has really informed our work, and you can see all of these resources that we consulted in a new document that we just released. Some of you might have seen the e-blast that went out on Tuesday. It's called Wildlife Ordinance Sources Consulted. You can find it on our webpage. It includes clickable links to many of the sources that I just mentioned, and you can actually go through and review what we reviewed while working on this ordinance. So we'll wrap up with a discussion of just where we are in the ordinance adoption process. As many of you probably know, we just held a staff level hearing for the ordinance last month. We are currently working towards our next milestone, which is a meeting before the City Planning Commission, which is another public hearing. A date for that has not yet been set, but we are anticipating a fall meeting date. I encourage everyone to make sure that you've joined our interested party list to make sure that you receive notification about all future project milestones. And you can do that by reaching out to our email that has been set up for this, which we'll share at the as our final slide. So now I think we can take some questions and answers. I'm not sure who wants to kind of moderate this, but happy to field some questions.
Thanks so much for the informative presentation and even taking some of the questions that you've previously received and presenting them. So I think it's best we'll start with the public comments first. We'll save committee questions. If it's okay with you, Patrick, and I'm happy to track the questions as well, so we can get as many stakeholder questions in as possible. We'll take all the questions on public comment up front, and then you can respond, and you can take notes, and I'll take notes of questions being asked. Sound good to you? Great.
That sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Great. So public comment on this agenda item is now open, so please raise your hand. We will. 1 second, seeing a number of hands.
Hey, Randy, can we get rid of the
Oh, yes, thank you,
screen?
Adele. Good idea. Could you finish sharing your screen so we can all.
Certainly. So let me stop share. There we go. All right.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you, Adele. Okay, so can we start with Allison? Make sure I'm actually in order. Barry, go ahead.
Yes, I can assume looking at your map that the border, like for Studio City and Sherman Oaks, is basically between hillside mansionization areas and areas that are in the flatland mansionization, because I see the dividing point along Laurel Terrace in the Silver Triangle. And then my other question is, what about west of the 405? Is that going to be a separate ordinance? I would have thought you would have done it all at the same time. I'm perplexed as to why it doesn't go west of the 405. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. We can have Allison McCracken. I hope you're pronouncing your name correctly. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Yes, I'd like to know on page 1 of the ordinance, you define ridgeline as the natural crests of the mountains that bisect and surround the city as shown on the ridgeline map adopted and maintained by the Director of Planning. The definition of a ridgeline, the way it's used, natural crests, would make people believe that this would not apply to homes that are already on developed streets on ridgelines. And then the use of the term ridgeline map in that definition would make us believe that there is this ridgeline map that none of us have seen. You have a ridgeline buffer zone map on your city planning website, but that outlines every developed street in the hills and the sections. So it's very confusing to understand what you're defining as a ridgeline. Is it parcels that have not been developed, or is it every parcel with an existing home? And therefore, am I no longer to build my house the way everybody else has on these developed streets? I'd really like clarification on the definition of ridgeline and where is the ridgeline map?
Thank you very much. Diana Nicole, go ahead.
Hello. I'm on the board of Sunshine Hill Residents Association. I've been through a lot of these presentations, so I have a comment, not a question. I want to make sure that the board knows, or that the committee knows, that we fully support the proposed City of LA wildlife ordinance because we like nature, and lot busting development in our hills and canyons is the primary threat to wildlife and our quality of life. The ringleaders of the opposition to this ordinance have spread lies and misinformation to scare people and homeowners here because they're trying to protect their own financial interests in speculation real estate, even going so far as to say this ordinance is not good for wildlife. The wildlife ordinance is obviously good for wildlife. It wouldn't be supported by the Center for Biological Diversity, the Nature Conservancy, NRDC, Sierra Club, National Wildlife Federation, CLAW, the Hillside Federation, and PETA, just to name a few, who sent a letter in support of this ordinance if it were bad for wildlife. In fact, the mere thought that the wildlife ordinance is somehow bad for wildlife is absurd, but it just goes to show you how the anti-wildlife ordinance ringleaders will go, or how far they'll go to protect their financial interests in speculation real estate. Even the LA Times, who is arguably real estate development friendly, is for this ordinance, has said it's long time past due. But this committee doesn't have to say anything on this. I appreciate the presentation. SCNC has already been in support of the ordinance in some way, and I hope that they will continue that support because that's what this community really wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Hall, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Hall. I'm the president of the Laurel Canyon Association and the Laurel Canyon Land Trust and the vice president for legislative affairs for the Bella Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council. Tonight, I'm just speaking in my personal capacity. I want to suggest an improvement. Well, first of all, the Bella Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council submitted an extensive letter outlining some suggested changes to the ordinance. But tonight, just in my personal capacity, I want to suggest that one obvious resource that we should call out in the ordinance are native woodlands. And so they're not identified as a resource in the wildlife ordinance. And that's really unfortunate because they're probably one of the most important resources that are necessary for wildlife to exist. Native woodlands and forests are necessary to sustain California's unique biodiversity and are important for many ecosystem services that communities rely on for safety and economic stability, including water quality protection, carbon sequestration, erosion control, and soil retention. And so, I just want to, I hope staff is hearing me. that native woodlands need to be included as a resource in the ordinance. And we know where they exist. The National Park Service in 2006 mapped these woodlands. They exist. And so we really want that improvement in the next iteration of the ordinance. Thank you, and I appreciate your consideration of this extremely important issue. And then just finally, I want to say that this ordinance is super important considering the fact that the city routinely exempt from environmental review single-family homes in the Santa Monica Mountains. So this is their only way to get environmental protection, since the city doesn't want to do the required environmental analysis under CEQA. So thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next, we have phone number ending in 890. Please go ahead. Phone number ending in 890. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. My name is Greg Kriedemeyer. I'm a homeowner in the Hills, and I just wanted to say that I wholeheartedly support the wildlife ordinance.
Thank you very much. Shelley Billick, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Billick. I have lived in the hillsides just outside the zone. I'm kind of bummed that I'm not in the zone for almost 20 years. And I read through a lot of the comments and I've attended hearings. And I want to say thank you to the Department of City Planning for addressing the incredible amount of misinformation that is floating around there about fencing and about trash enclosures, and that property will lose their right, property owners will lose their rights, and that the fire department doesn't support it, and that this is so radical. But this is being done. Wildlife ordinances are being enacted in many cities around the country, around the world, actually in Southern California. This is not radical. This is a very long time overdue. And I also want to say thank you to DCP for listing all the resources, all the hard work that you've done listening to science. And I implore you to really stick to that and listen to the science that shows us that wildlife is disappearing, biodiversity is disappearing. We're lucky to live in a biodiversity hotspot, but a hotspot also means that we're losing species very quickly. So nature can't be for sale. You can't listen to these speculative folks that are building mega mansions. I mean, that is why we have lost so much habitat. I think it's kind of hilarious that they're asking for science now. Where was that voice when you piecemealed all the developments to skirt CEQA and environmental reviews? I mean, the Hillside Federation, it's a coalition of 46 homeowner associations representing 250,000 residents are for this. So I want to thank you for your hard work. And don't be fooled by all this BS.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Floating around. Thank you.
We initially said 1 minute, but several people have spoken to 2 minutes. So for this agenda item, public comment is 2 minutes. So just keep that in mind. And Mindy Rothsteinman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I will try to be a little shorter in my comments to allow for other people, but I am currently on the board of the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council. I'm also on the board of Tree People, and I'm also a past president of the Benedict Canyon Association. But I too am speaking personally today as a stakeholder who's lived in the canyons for over 35 years and unfortunately seen many changes and not for the better. I used to see a lot more wildlife, and I think that many people will say the same thing. The development unfortunately has changed the way that I see wildlife. I would like to say that I support this ordinance, and I would also like to say that there are many of us, like myself, who may not be as vocal as the opposition, but we treasure the Santa Monica Mountains and the unique wildlife and fauna. And we understand that we need a set of regulations that preserves open space and ensures that we have reasonable development. I also would like to say that I support what Jamie Hall has already said about the fact that I would like to see the woodlands included as a resource. They're critical, and I hope that you will make that change as you review the ordinance and include the woodlands as well. And I hope that you will also look at the changes and recommendations that the Bel Air Beverly Crest took the time to include in the very lengthy process of review, and look at the information that we included in our letter. So I hope that you will write a letter in favor of recommending this ordinance go forward. And I thank you so much for all the time that you've put in. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Black Puppet, go ahead.
Yeah, surprise, bitch. What are you doing here? Well, we're talking about my favorite item. Yes. So thank you for all of you that support us, the animals. There's too many of you humans that you trespass on our areas. Yes. Yes, one day we'll get something good, like a combination of monkeypox and typhoid. Reduce the population about 1/2. That's what Bill Gates wants. That's why I'm a big fan of his. Yes. And as far as what's the deal here? How come Randy Fried Chicken is running things? I thought you were taking over in the illegal junta. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's right. Yes, where's Scott at? He's the rightful president. I demand that Scott take over this meeting as the rightful president, that this illegitimate leader here be immediately suspended as he was voted out of office in a free and fair election. With some chicanery, of course. But we will continue to fight for our fellow animals. We will continue to push away the developers, consultants, architects, known as thieves, according to the FBI in United States versus Jose Huiza. Yes. Leave us animals alone. We've put up with enough of your problems. We don't drive, we don't pollute, and we leave the land better than we did. Yes, that's right. We will continue to eat vegetation and reduce the fire danger as long as you continue to protect our hillsides and forests. You've already killed too many trees with your 5,500 square foot, 60-foot high.
Thank you. Mia Trudeau, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, I'm speaking as a homeowner in the hills in the area of the wildlife ordinance. I have a concern actually. Has anyone done any research on how this will affect our current ability to either keep our current homeowners insurance, or for the ability for someone who's purchasing a new home that's existing, not being developed, to be able to acquire insurance? Because one of the items, and I don't know if you went over it tonight because I might have joined the call a few minutes late, was about if there was a natural disaster like an earthquake or a fire, and we were not able to rebuild our home to the current square footage, how would that actually affect our insurance companies, ability or interest in insuring our homes. Because as I know it, I am actually in the real estate business. However, I do not represent developers. I usually represent either first-time home buyers or people who are looking to purchase a home to live in. And I have run across, especially over the last year or two, almost an inability completely to acquire insurance due to fires. So that's a big question. I would love to have it answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Ramon, go ahead.
Sorry,
Joan?
forgot to unmute.
Go ahead.
I'm Joan Ramon. I have lived on Lower Bellagio for the last 54 years. And I'm concerned that my house isn't up to the standards that you all are looking for. It was built in 1942. What am I supposed to do? Tear down the house next door so I can make the space for the animals to walk in my yard and so that they can kill me and my family? Thank you.
Thank you. Meryl Tooby, go ahead.
Hi, so we just actually found out about this ordinance about a week or two from a friend. We are homeowners in the Sunshine Hill community in the hillside since 2016, and we bought our home because of the beautiful wildlife. And we really want to protect the wildlife, and we understand that. But one of our main concerns is that we bought a 1930s house fixer with not a lot of functionality. Our goal was always to build and increase, like put in a driveway, stairs, and expand the property to be more functional for an actual family. So I'm concerned about the lot coverage, particularly because it says it shall not exceed 50% of the total area of the lot. And that includes pavement. So my question, one is, does that include driveways, stairs? Currently, we have 50 stairs and no driveway from the street level to our home. So I think one of the biggest concerns is, what do you do in situations when the home is not functional? We're not looking to create mega mansions, develop, be a developer in these very large homes, but it is concerning when the value of our property is significantly diminished and we don't have the capacity to, again, really optimize our property to the level of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Winter, go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to save repeating and just say that I absolutely support and echo all the comments made by Shelley Billick. And I fully support this ordinance. I've been looking at the map closely for a while, and I'm really curious to know why the boundary in Studio City doesn't protect some of our oak woodlands, specifically north of Sunswept. So between Sunswept and Ventura Boulevard, which is west of Whitsett. Steep slopes, lots of oak woodlands, lots of good habitat, really rich area that we would love to see the boundary there expand to. I'm not alone. I've heard from many neighbors and community members that we would like to see that boundary expand to protect that particular slope. Other than that, really kudos for the years and years of work on this. This is critical, and I'm 100% in support. Thanks.
Thank you, Melanie. Robert Chantel, go ahead.
Okay, do you have me? Are we technically working here? Everybody can hear me?
We can hear you.
Good, great. Listen, I got to tell you, I am not in support of this at all. I think you're completely underplaying how this is going to disadvantage stakeholders currently. My wife and I bought this property, an older property on a larger lot, with the idea that we would develop it. And if not, its value would be seen by others. And you're pulling the carpet out from underneath us. This was our financial plan. Now, we love wildlife. Part of the reason we live here, I have coyotes in my yard. I have hawks. I have owls. I don't see this huge issue that you're talking about. And I don't think a lot of people do. It seems to me to just be unfair to people who have older homes that need to be improved in order to compete with the more recent properties that have been built. I mean, you can't compete with that. And if you are going to limit how big I can rebuild after disaster 1, that means to 75% of the footprint, and then we get hit with disaster 2, does that mean I'm now down to 50% of my footprint? I mean, at a certain point, you make it unlivable. As far as the biodiversity hotspot goes, well, the reason I think we have a biodiversity hotspot is because animals gravitate to where things are easy. And with people in any urban area, there's more food, more water, more shelter, more, there's just everything. So of course there's animals here, and then we feel we need to protect them. It's not that I don't like animals, but let's be realistic. When you have to weigh humans against animals, I'm going to go with humans. Sorry if that
Your
offends
time has
anybody.
expired. Thank you for your comments. Patricia Templeton, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I had trouble finding mute or unmute. I have read this ordinance and I've studied this ordinance. And my concern is, I have a number of concerns. I support a wildlife ordinance. I do not support this one, largely because it doesn't distinguish between developed and undeveloped properties. It's overly restrictive for already developed properties and not restrictive enough for large undeveloped parcels because the rules are all the same. And my other concern is that the planning department is not being straight with people. There are a lot of false and deceptive statements in their marketing, I'll call it. And they've made a number of false statements today. A number of false and deceptive statements today. The easiest one I think for people to understand is probably the fencing. They said that fencing, that the portion, or they indicated, and perhaps I heard them wrong, but the portion over 3.5 feet high had to be 50% open. That's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance says if a fence is over 3.5 feet high, the entire thing must be 50% open. Whether it's that portion on the back or the one on the side. And another example is the deceptive graphic that they use to illustrate that fencing and the setbacks. I don't think there are very, very few homes in the hills that have a setup like was shown in that graphic, where you have a house, that maybe takes up a third of the width of the lot. In real life, those fencing will have to come in line with the home. And to create faux wildlife corridors, or to try to create them on every single lot where they really won't be used by animals, but it does nothing for actual wildlife corridors. There's nothing in this ordinance that prohibits somebody from putting up a 6-foot fence across an actual wildlife corridor on undeveloped land that animals are actually using.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has expired. Sue Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you. So like many of the other homeowners who live in homes affected, in the affected area of this, I also support having wildlife protection. I'm not sure this is the right ordinance to do that. I think that there's some really good things in this ordinance, but I think there's also some major flaws in it. I've spent a lot of time reading the ordinance. I also did review of the very detailed document that the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, where they went over point by point of some significant issues with this. I think one of the things that I wanted to point out is that in Studio City specifically, there are quite a large handful of streets that are fully in the flats with small properties that are flat properties with no abutting hillsides, nothing that would suggest that there's any resources on those, and they're still being included in the map of the covered areas. So they'll be affected by this, despite really sort of not making sense and not fitting into the typical profile of what we would expect. And then I think the other major concern that I have just is from a safety perspective. The fencing issue, obviously, I believe provides some safety issues as to do some of the lighting things. And I'm concerned that we're going to create wildlife corridors that could then become places where criminals have easier access and where we could have homeless encampments that could result in fires and stuff that would be catastrophic in the hills. So I would encourage that the committee take a look at what Bel Air Beverly Crest put together, their very detailed document that went over sort of all of the pros and cons and made major recommendations, and take a look at also whether the map is overly broad, specific to Studio City. And
your time has expired. Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Perry Austin, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm in support of this ordinance, and I do think it's very important that the woodlands indeed be included because they are habitat for the wildlife we're trying to protect. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense not to protect the woodlands. Also, for some of the people who spoke tonight, specifically 3 people that I know personally, who are developers who spoke against this ordinance, and just in the spirit of community harmony, I'm not going to mention them by name, but they are all people who make their living by tearing down the small houses and building great big ones. And the woman who said, well, I want to be able to build the house that my neighbor built down the street. Now I can't do it. I think, you know what? There was a time we used to put asbestos in our homes, and then we realized it wasn't good, so we don't do it anymore. We have a problem of disappearing habitat. And this ordinance has been worked on for years by experts, by wildlife experts. And I do think that whether there's modifications that are still going to come down the line, I think at this point it should be supported because it does address the problem. We need wildlife corridors. Not exactly the same point, but we just had another mountain lion killed on the highway just last week. So we need something to keep them in the hills so they don't have to venture down. And this is a very, very specific and concise plan, and I support it, and I hope, and I know a lot of my neighbors do, and I've lived in 2 canyons in the city and appreciate the wildlife. So I hope the board supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm Chip Meehan, and I thank everyone for their comments today. I agree that this is a necessary move forward. We've made some mistakes in the past. We have to start finding a way to fix them. I don't think we should let the pursuit of perfection stand in the way of starting to work with the good enough, and we can proceed and improve from there. I agree that woodlands need to be included. And in particular, I really think we need to wonder and ask why the northern boundary at Laurel Terrace, Whitsett, and Ventura does not go past that sunswept cutoff all the way to Ventura. That walnut oak hillside needs to be preserved as part of this. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And hand raised by Jesse, Jyese. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Hi, my name is John Yasuda. I am a homeowner. I'm not a developer. I'm very much against this ordinance. I have a lot of concerns with it. I believe that it unfairly will impact certain homeowners over others. The application is way too restrictive and way too punishing on homeowners with normal size homes on normal size lots who want to do just normal size building and development on their own personal property. I think it's an infringement on my personal property rights as a homeowner and as a citizen. I have major concerns about the impacts of this ordinance on home values. I have major concerns about potential impact of increased crime and vandalism as a result of this ordinance as well.
Thank you for comment. That is time. Julie Houlihan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering, Patrick, if you could detail a little bit more about the fencing. I have heard some people express fear that if there's this pass-through area that, you know, coyotes and large cats can get in their yard and attack their children or their small pets. And how does that work? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Bill Grundfest, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not a developer. I'm a homeowner in neighboring Bel Air. Against this ordinance, it unfairly reduces the allowed height to 25 feet when other people have 36 feet. There's no evidence that reducing to 25 feet benefits any wildlife. The alleys that will be demanded between homes, ungated alleys, not only bring predators, but bring humans and home invasions, as the LAPD has validated my concern. In addition, it brings camping and campfires and wildfires that threaten the existence of the entire neighborhood. This is a badly thought out ordinance, and it must be stopped from further consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Patrick, that was a bunch. There was a bunch of comments within that, but there were certainly a bunch of questions. I took note of them. If you need any callbacks, but otherwise I would say take it away in whatever order you would like to respond.
Sure, thank you. And thanks everyone for giving your comments. And Connie and I are going to kind of split this. So I guess we can start with the comment or the question about ridge lines and how they were identified and where they were mapped. So the ridge lines have been identified through a formula basically of reverse watershed. So looking at like where the water is flowing from in the hills. And then an elevation threshold was selected to cut out some of the false positives that might show up if you have a lower elevation, including like Bunker Hill downtown. We don't want that selected as a ridge line. You know, I'm just using an example. So all of these ridge lines were mapped, and then for the purposes of the wildlife ordinance, the layer that is on our interactive map online of of ridgeline buffers, that is the map of the ridge lines. It just has an extra 50 feet on either side to show the buffer around each ridge line. But those lines on the maps are the ridge lines that have been identified in the wildlife area. I hope that answers that question.
I think she had a question. Sorry, I'll just jump in if I think just for clarification. You know, if I'm not mistaken, Allison was talking about that how, you know, there seemed to be a discrepancy between how the city was defining ridgeline, and she didn't say Webster, but I'm assuming if you were to open Webster's dictionary and look at the definition of ridgeline, that was different than how the city was defining. So can you, I don't know if that's the case, I don't have Webster in front of me, but that's as I understood her question. Can you speak to how the city came to define the term?
Yeah, I mean, the definition of the ridge lines that we're using is kind of the, I think her question was actually about development on the ridge lines and why those are showing as ridge lines. And the answer to that is actually that a lot of times ridge lines themselves were used as kind of the path of least resistance for hillside development. So it's actually not uncommon for roads to be built on top of ridge lines, houses to be built alongside of them. I think as the hillsides developed over the last century, we've tended to locate development in a lot of areas that now we're looking and seeing that they are, they have ramifications for other things like wildlife. And so some of these ridge lines, yes, they are very developed, and we acknowledge that, but we're also trying to move forward with the understanding that, ridge lines that are developed and ridge lines that aren't both have value for wildlife.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. If I may, Randy, I also wanted to answer the commenter's question about the reference to the map in the ordinance. So the ordinance is written as if it were to be adopted. And so that reference is to the map, the ridgeline map that has been shared, which would eventually be adopted. So that I understand the confusion there, but that is the reference. So in case someone's looking for a different map, the map is the proposed map that is available online. And then if I may, I think Patrick and I will try and take turns answering questions. The question about the expansion, wanted to clarify, we started with this smaller area that's really been referred to as a pilot area to understand and really look at the area first, the geography, the topography, the slopes, the hillsides, the development patterns, the size of the lots, the size of structures. So in order for us to really look at that very carefully, we selected a smaller area within the area that had been called out in the motion that directed us, the Department of City Planning, to provide these recommendations for wildlife protection. So the intent is to expand beyond the pilot area to include those areas of the Santa Monica Mountains outside of the pilot area to the west and to the east, as well as to the northern portion of the city that has hillsides and high fire severity zones. So upon adoption, we would start the process of public outreach and additional evaluation of those areas, as I mentioned.
Just to clarify, there were a couple questions Jamie Hall had addressed, as well as I know Terry Austin, I think Melanie Winter, might be missing one or two others. In terms of woodland areas where we have walnut, I think it's actually just black walnut, California oak, and dense woodlands that are literally right on the edge of arguably your test area, not even as you're speaking to, of going west of the 405 into Santa Monica Conservancy or east or to the far north part of the city where there are mountains. Can you speak to what the rationale of cutting out, kind of literally, I mean, it almost looks, if you look at the map, it almost seems like it's intentional in going around a woodland area. Can you speak to what, especially, so in a way it seems, I think to some stakeholders, at least that's how it sounded, it seems almost illogical when the premise is about biodiversity and protecting the ecosystem, but yet a very dense developed woodland that's literally on the edge of this pilot area is carved out.
Sure. So that wasn't intentional. So we will take a look at that area that the commenters mentioned near Sunset and Whitset, I think was the comment. So we will be happy to take a look and make sure that wasn't an inadvertent error. I think there was also a comment about looking at the oak woodlands, the walnut woodlands. And so we will go back and take a look to make sure we haven't left out any resources. The way that we tried to accommodate all the resources was really mapping all of these different resources, whether they were vegetation or woodlands or trees. We looked at soil types. We also looked at water sources. And so there may be a need to revisit and make sure we've captured all those. So we will be doing that. That is one of the many items that we have taken on as comments have suggested. So thank you. I think there was also a comment about certain streets being in the flatlands that were included. So if the speaker on that wants to send us a note to our LA 2040 at lacity.org, we're happy to revisit and make sure we haven't again included anything inadvertently, but we have tried to be precise in our mapping so that we do collect all the resources in the area that should be protected. And it wasn't our intent to overburden anybody. So, you know, we did hear many comments this evening in support. We appreciate those. We heard the comments in voicing concern and that we need to make sure that these regulations are not too onerous for existing homeowners. So we are also looking at those comments very carefully. We are looking at the comment letters that have been prepared by different neighborhood councils. So in particular, Bel Air, Beverly Crest, that comment letter was mentioned. Many very good suggestions that we are taking a second look at. Our goal is really to find a balance between protecting wildlife and allowing people to enjoy their properties in the manner that they wish to do that. And so it is a necessary balance that we are trying to strike the correct note. So we appreciate again the comments and the questions this evening. I had a couple of other questions, Randy. I know that we're coming up on a time that I think we need to cede to your other items. I'm looking at my notes. There was a comment here about homeowners insurance. So that's a newer comment that we've just recently started to hear. Again, our intent is not to make it impossible for people to build on their properties. We are trying to strike a note for reasonable development. So we will be looking at this question about homeowners insurance. But what we understood consistent with other wildland and wildlife regulations, that it should make homeowners insurance more accessible, because we are really trying to address wildlife, the wildlife habitat protection, as well as fire safety, water erosion and percolation, slope stability. So these are compatible goals and should be viewed as being beneficial for the homeowners. So we will look at that further.
Can you speak to, I know we're coming out of time, I'm sure there are committee members that have a couple of questions. So if we can do a quick succession, one, there was a question regarding one of the last questions by Bill Grunfest regarding height restriction, that it's set to 25 feet. He was saying there's no science behind that height. Can you speak to what the rationale of the 25-foot height is? There was a question about clarification regarding fencing, and whether it's 3.5 feet, that it has to be at least 50% open, or if it's only above that. So you can speak to that. And then lastly, there was 2 questions that were regarding that are existing homeowners, that because of the age of the home, these are not in compliance. And so does this ordinance, or how does this ordinance apply to existing homeowners?
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, thank you, Randy. So on the fencing question, so I think that Patrick's presentation tried to convey, we've struggled to find the right images to convey the fencing regulations, but we have put forward options for homeowners to meet that fencing. So just to clarify, there were a few speakers who said we would not be allowing people to secure their properties. That is not accurate. So secure fencing is still allowed. So solid fencing at the same height that people currently can build to is still allowed. What is introduced here is the option to provide wildlife friendly fencing that would allow the passage of smaller animals to pass through. And that would be an option on 1 or 2 setbacks as it's currently proposed. We are looking at if we need to make some revisions to that. But in no instance are we saying that people cannot securely fence their property. There has been some questions about if we're changing security fencing around pools, and we are not. So there is some additional graphics that we're trying to put forward, and I think clarifying the language in the ordinance will be helpful as well on that topic. On the height topic, I think I can ask Patrick to speak to the height, and then I can talk about the compliance for existing homes.
Sure. So our height standards, you know, I mean, they are partly part of the incorporation of some of our ridgeline standards, which height was one of our 3 topics of consideration for the ridgeline ordinance. So part of the inclusion in wildlife is trying to incorporate some of the work from that ordinance. But there are also ecological benefits to keeping a low profile on ridgeline properties as it relates to bird safety, excuse me, and also just minimizing the overall size and scale of development and keeping that development intensity low. Height is part of that overall consideration. So the envelope height and overall height are supposed to work together. They are supposed to allow for 2+ stories actually to be built. And we are trying to, again, as Connie said, to be as accommodating as possible to the demands of a modern home and accommodating families in these homes. And we're not trying to say that, you know, homes that were built in the 30s have to be stuck in amber as they are. But we're also trying to impose some limitations on the scale of development, which has just gotten increasingly large as time and technology persists. So height is just part of that overall calculation.
Okay, and let me just see if there was any. There was a question from one regarding the distinction between, let's say, new developments and new purchases of home versus existing homeowners. So I gather from what they're trying to ask for, is there a consideration, or perhaps they'd like there to be consideration, is probably a better way of saying it, around the idea of existing homeowners being grandfathered in some sort of way, so that if this is applied, it's applying to new purchases and new builds versus putting this on, for example, let's say someone purchased a fixer and this is their retirement, right? They're gonna build into their retirement home, or they're gonna build into sell, and the proceeds will fund their retirement. Has there ever been any conversation or consideration in that regard for those existing homeowners that this wouldn't apply, that it would apply moving forward, so that way people, it's not, as one caller said, the rug being pulled out from under them?
Right. Thank you for restating the question for us. So we have been looking at that. I think there's a understanding by many homeowners that each and every site in the hillsides contributes to wildlife connectivity and to wildlife habitat potentially, so that exempting out existing development hasn't been the approach that we've taken, but we are taking a look at those comments because we understand the concern. There's a lot that goes into that. Certainly, we are not keeping people from remodeling. So we have tried to develop the project, what constitutes a project to be a reasonable threshold. So we were not trying to place onerous restrictions on slight remodels. But I do also think that's something we are making sure that we got the right balance. Again, we don't want to limit people from remodeling, so that's not our goal, but we are trying to guide that redevelopment so that perhaps those remodels are not the biggest on the block, because they do hinder and impede keeping wildlife in the hillsides. So we're trying to strike, again, that balance.
Okay, so being mindful of time, committee members, please raise your hand if you have a question for our guests. We can save comments for committee conversation after that, but let's see if there are questions for our guests. That'd be great. So Richard Niedenberg, your hand was actually up first, and then we'll go to Scott. So Richard, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what about structures necessary to accomplish wildlife going overhead? Obviously, there's a huge example in Calabasas over the 101 freeway, but there might be a smaller one going over somebody's driveway or a flood control area or something like that. How do you deal with stuff that specifically helps wildlife get across?
Thank you, Richard. Scott Mandel, we'll get your question, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. I want to ask about fencing in a little more detail. If I'm understanding this right, you can do a basic property line or slight setback fence that's animal friendly and open, and then you can have the second fence that is private and secure, allowing for an additional setback. So that would create sort of a no man's land for animals. So the property owner, I guess, would not see the area on the other side of their private fence. And then there would be an area of maintenance between the secure and private fence versus the animal friendly fence, sort of a carve out, a piece of property within the property. So how is that maintained and how is that secured when you have what looks like a piece of land on your property that is no longer yours, but you're responsible for maintaining it, a fence between the fence? Thank you.
And is there any other committee questions on this? Adele, go ahead, please.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I wanted just to, when you said that you were going to look at, not including houses in the flats, that sounds like a good idea. But I want to reiterate, if you're going to do that, to include the oak walnut woodland along Ventura Boulevard, that is still in the hills. Because it's, we just don't have that many woodlands around anymore. And it would be great to have that, because it's also a connectivity, area where wildlife moves through there. And it's a perfect area to include in your pilot study. So I really urge you to look at that. It's between Whitsett and Coldwater, south of Ventura Boulevard, below Sunswept. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Okay. So guys, if you wanted to address those final questions, that'd be great.
Sure. Okay, thanks. On the smaller structures and bridges, if I'm understanding the question correctly, the regulations don't inhibit someone from creating structures on their property to avoid development. What would happen if someone had a creek on their property? The review process would be triggered for that property. So if someone wanted to build a structure over a bridge structure, for instance, over a creek on their property, this ordinance would require review of that structure. So I'm not sure if I understood the comment or the question quite right, but hopefully that's answering it. On the fencing, it again is not our intent to create spaces that are kind of landlocked. Really, we're trying to create spaces in between either open spaces or large back expanses of people's properties. So if you recall the image that Patrick shared earlier on the fencing, the wildlife friendly fencing on the perimeter of a property works really well when the lots are very large. On the smaller lots, that's where the option to leave a wildlife friendly setback is more of a possibility. We are taking a look at, again, have we created something inadvertent in our regulation writing? So I want to make sure people understand we are revisiting, but really the intent was to provide opportunities for connecting open spaces, for connecting, sloped backyards that many are unfenced currently today. Having development be built along a ridge line that's fence to fence across the ridge lines can inhibit wildlife movement. And so providing an option for homeowners to build their fencing, if it's secure, to leave that access way between their property and their neighbor's property on one side is one option that we are contemplating in this ordinance. Again, we are looking at that to make sure that that doesn't create these unintended consequences. But the idea we tried to put forth was to provide options for homeowners based on all the different types of lot configurations and lot sizes in the development area. Let's see, did that answer? I think earlier we said we would take a look at the area between Ventura, Whitsett, and Coldwater. So to that commenter, Adele Slaughter, we heard you. Thank you.
Great. There are, I see two members of the public that didn't get their public comments in. So if you have a couple minutes more, we'll get those, we'll get their comments in.
Yes, and if we don't mind, we really need to wrap up at 8:45. So thank you so much for the time.
Of course. Sure, of course. Tom, go ahead.
Good evening. So listening to you, it sounds like you understand that there needs to be a lot of changes made to it before it should be implemented. So hopefully this will go through another round of showing us what your next draft revision will be, and we can comment on that before you move forward. Because in this current draft, there are a lot of conflicts that need to get corrected, as you were talking about. So I certainly hope that gets done and the public gets a chance to comment on your next revision, call it 2.0.
And lastly, Cindy Yesetta.
Hi, I'm Cindy Yesetta, and I am completely opposed to the wildlife ordinance. I feel we need more information, more science, more studies. It will impact the property owners' rights. The fencing I find is ridiculous. How do you have open fencing and then keep your animals safe, your children safe? The intrusion of people that are already breaking into people's homes, the homeless that straggle up and are stealing. I mean, we're just inviting unnecessary more problems, and we don't have the resources to help us since LAPD is their hands are tied. So I really think we need to evaluate and rewrite the ordinance to help the homeowners and of course, help the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. And phone number ending in 484, and that is in fact the last public comment. Phone number ending in 484, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm just going to make this very quick. I've been a real estate agent for well over 30 years, and I do not share the other agents' opposition to this ordinance at all. I feel the ordinance will not lower the value of their homes, and I think it's time that we need to start incorporating the wildlife into our lives as well, because it's their land as well, of course. So I again don't share the other agents' opposition to this ordinance at all. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Patrick, Connie, thank you very much for your time this evening. Very generous. There may be more questions that can be emailed to you, of course. On the agenda, there are links to city planning and the wildlife pilot study, as well as the ordinance. We encourage all stakeholders to not only review it, but to send emails in, and this will certainly be on as this goes before, when there's another opportunity for public input, we will certainly chime in on this. So thank you very much for your time this evening. With that, in terms of a possible motion, which will of course open another round of. A possible motion would be as follows. Of course, the board can agree and disagree. The proposed motion I have is that the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports CPC-2022-3413-CA and CPC-2022-3712-ZC, the proposed wildlife district ordinance. This will also be submitted as a community impact statement. So first, is there a second? And then we can bring it to public comment and discussion if we want to make changes to it, etc. So first things first.
I second.
Second from Adele. Thank you very much. So this is again a motion in support of the wildlife district ordinance. So this will open up for public comment on this proposed motion. So please raise your hand now if you'd like to make public comment. In light of the number of attendees, public comment will be 1 minute, just to ensure that we can get to everybody. Hands raised. We'll start with Jamie Hall. Please go ahead.
I would suggest that in addition to supporting it, that you be very specific in order to get what you want. Ask that native woodlands mapped by the National Park Service in 2006 be included as a resource in the ordinance. Just make that very specific suggestion. There was a mapping done by a federal agency, the National Park Service, in 2006, and just reference that and ask for it to be included as a resource. I honestly, for someone I literally had 17 meetings about this, and that is the most important positive change that we can make. Woodlands are so important. So I just suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diane, let's see. Yes, Diane and Nicole, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm going to echo what Jamie Hall just said. So first of all, yes, support the ordinance, but the suggestion to add the native woodlands to be included as a resource is really important. I come at this through the lens of an ecologist. So I really do understand how important our native woodlands are, the oak woodlands, the oak walnut woodlands. So please adopt that suggestion and support the ordinance. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I also want to just make sure I live here. And I'm also on the board of Sunshine Hill Residents Association. We polled our association members, which is about 100 houses in our eastern Santa Monica area here. And every single one of them supported this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Go developer, go ahead.
Yes, and of course, thank you, Scott, the violator, for changing my name illegally. That was the correct name there. And again, we appreciate that the city officials are here witnessing this horrendous violation of the Brown Act, the Bain Act, and the First Amendment. Yes, because Randy's not to blame for this. No, you didn't do anything. The owner is listed as Scott Trotsky Mandel. And you're the one that's been doing that, changing things, moderating my name, unraising your hand, unraising my cup. Not a hand, asshole. Well, we're trying to protect animals. We've been here all night trying to just protect our little friends. Why do you have trouble with animals that speak? I speak for our friends when we say we hate you humans.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Robert Chantel.
Thanks. I just have a question. If this actually goes to the public to vote, and this is, I apologize, I don't understand if everybody gets to vote on this or just the people who are affected will get to vote on this. Again, I will voice my opposition to this as it stands, and I'll look at some reiterations of this, but I'm not sure I'm going to like that either. And to the person who polled their neighborhood to say that everybody was in support, you know, I am one of those people that knows most of the people in our neighborhood. I run our flock security camera system. And the people I have talked to overwhelmingly do not want this at all. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Bill Grunfest, go ahead.
Yeah, we in the Bel Air area are overwhelmingly opposed to this. Anybody who supports this has not read it past the very lovely title, Wildlife Ordinance. It makes the rest of us out to be people who go out and club baby seals on the weekend for sport. I want to point out that Mr. Whalen's response was totally non-responsive to my question about the 25-foot height limit. He did not offer any science, any rationale as to what species was going to be benefited from limiting us. He says you could do 2 stories. No, you cannot. If you crouch, yeah, you can do 2 stories. My neighbor's 36 feet. I don't see what benefit limiting me gives to any species of wildlife. So I implore the city to respond directly to these questions. And the alleyways that will be created in between homes will invite campfires, wildfires, home invasions, and our home values will go down drastically. People who support this are from out of town.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Phone number ending in 018. Please go ahead. Barry, I think.
Hi, it's Barry. There is no council file for this yet, so it can't be submitted as a CIS. It's all within the planning department, so it can be sent to the wildlife ordinance person that is on the document that says to submit public comments to. It can be submitted to other people higher ups in the planning department and our 2 council members, but it can't be a CIS right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Alexander Black, go ahead. Alexander Black, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, can you hear me now? Yes, I am voicing my absolute support of this. I live here in Studio City. I am a member of the Sustainability Committee and have been following this for quite some time, from back when it was actually in the planning stages, as far as the studies that were done regarding most of all, the animal boundaries and the animal movement issues, that this really helps. And so I just want to really push for this support of this as it stands. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terry Austin, go ahead. Terry Austin,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. Okay, great. Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what Diana Nicole, and I think it was Jamie Hall, said about being specific and mentioning the woodlands in whatever motion you make. No one tonight objected to trees being included. The objections seem to be about height and fences and such like that. So since there was no objection about that, I think it would be prudent to put it in, because Mr. Hall's correct. If you're not specific, it'll just get overlooked perhaps. And by putting it in there, you prevent that. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Tom, go ahead.
You know, as a resident in the affected area, I don't understand there's going to be a vote. I don't know how you guys are supporting a ordinance that the planning department says they don't have their act together on yet. It has really bizarre things that have nothing to do with helping animals in it. Why are you accepting this anti-development bill, which we may very well need, as a wildlife ordinance when it really doesn't help the wildlife in the things that it's doing? To help wildlife, you need to protect, as the biologists say, native lands. We have developed lands, and we have the wildlife right now, bobcats and deer and raccoons that come on our properties. So how are we helping them? They're already here, they're already thriving. So what are we supposed to get out of this that you guys don't even understand at all? The planning department has said they're making changes to it. How do you support something that isn't a finalized product? Is it just because it says wildlife, or do you actually support the anti-development bill?
Your time has expired. Thank you. Mindy Rothstein-Mann, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I've already voiced my support, and I'm only going to tell you again that I do strongly support this ordinance. And I would like to also again say that I would like to recommend that we include the woodlands, which Jamie has said, and Terry has also said, and I think a couple other people have recommended. So the only other thing that I might add and want to point out is that this is a pilot program. And yes, that's why it's still going through changes, and it might still go through changes once they put this in place. And they're looking to see how this is going to work. And once it's implemented, they're going to then use it to implement it in other areas. So I think that we might want to just put something in writing and recommend that once it's in place and implemented, that they review it before and see how it's working, and then check to see what might be changed once it's already in place before they then move on to implement it in other areas. So that would be the only thing that I might want to add.
Thank you very much, Mindy. Seeing no other hands for public comment on this, public comment is closed. Open it up for committee comment. And to that, which this will inevitably open up public comment again, hearing from Jamie, Diane, Terry, in terms of mentioning the inclusion of woodlands as a resource in our support. I certainly think that's great. Are there any thoughts, comments to that from the committee?
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, good, great. Go ahead, Adele. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's great to, ask that the native woodlands be included as a resource. And I think we should specifically ask for that piece of land that, along Ventura Boulevard. And so I think that's a good, if you're making a motion to make a friendly amendment to the motion, I second it.
Right, so we would say, the question, I guess I would ask you a clarifying question, or any member of the committee.
Hmm.
Are we saying, so for example, would we say that we support this provided, right? And then put our expectations in order to have our support. Or do you think that's too sharp? Do you think it should, so it would be like provided, one, that for the inclusion of woodlands as a resource, and we can say example, and then we can give the address or the proximate area.
I don't think you say provided. I think you say we support and recommend that native
Okay.
woodlands be included as a resource. And I think Jamie said something about, I wrote it down, a map that was made in 2006.
I think he said 16.
Oh, sorry, 2016. Maybe to refer to that.
Recommend the inclusion. Forgive me, I'm just writing. Woodlands. So we would say, just to be clear, the proposed wildlife district ordinance and recommend the inclusion of woodlands as a resource. Which I guess we could say, which are referenced in a. Do you have the whole quote that Jamie was saying? I mean, the woodland areas are. I mean, we could also we can say.
He said, ask that the native woodlands be included as a resource. And
native
then
woodlands. Okay.
native woodlands be included as a resource. And then he said.
There's a study of those, right?
A map made in 2016, referring to the probably.
Well, I think let's see first. Is there any, before we open up to public comment again? Is there any other committee comment on this? Thoughts or comments? Scott, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, Scott.
Thank you, Randy. One of the previous comments mentioned there was not a council file on this as of yet, or will there never be a council file? It sounds like some of the responses to the questions that there are still quite a few open areas for this ordinance, which will be a pilot program, which will then be changed depending on how effective or ineffective the ordinance is. Are we too early to chime in if this is still a moving target? Will there be a council file, and is that the time to chime in, or are we going to chime in now? While what I understood from the presenters, there are still things that are being worked on and haven't been finalized yet. Thank you.
So I guess I think it's a good question. I think if we recall the slide, and this is true actually of a number of the projects that we have going on in Studio City, there are typically several bites of the apple, if you will, in terms of the opportunity for the public to comment and weigh in. So currently they are taking public comment on what has been presented thus far. And they have a hearing, as was indicated by Patrick, with the Planning Commission sometime in the fall, no date specified. Once there's a hearing for the Planning Commission, that will open up another public period after the Planning Commission weighs in. So that'll be another opportunity. For example, we can chime in on, for example, if it doesn't include the woodlands, we can address that. If there are issues we want to address about fence height or percentage of lot, we can chime in again. Then after that public comment period closes, it will then proceed to the city council, which I'm guessing at that point there would then be a city council file, I would assume, but don't hold me to that. The city council then will have to hear this because they're the ones who ultimately will approve it, which will then open up a final public comment period on that. And at least from where I sit, although I'm the new guy to land use, but not to the neighborhood council, it seems that it would be appropriate for us to maybe comment and weigh in as many times as we can. And even though it's a moving target, I don't know, I think it's, and I'm happy to admit when I've been fairly criticized, I think that if we wait too long, people can say, well, you're too little too late, or you're responding you're not doing enough or you haven't given it enough attention. So obviously evidenced by the number of callers, and I've been tracking how many opposed, how many support. It seems there are, though it's close, it seems there are more people in support that have phoned in this evening. I'll leave it up to the committee, obviously, but I would think we should, if the committee votes in favor of sending this, then that tells me we should go for the moving target, and we'll chime in again and again. And if it's voted down, then I guess, Scott, you would be right that we're too soon, and we'll try again at the next opportunity. Any committee members want to chime in on that? Please go ahead.
I do. I think that, this is a pilot study. And as a pilot study, they're looking at all these different things and they're listening to the people, I believe. And I don't think their goal is ever to, destroy people's homes or create camps, encampments. I don't think those are realistic fears. Exactly. But I did want to say that California has over, we are a hotspot because we have over, 2,000 species here. And that's why we're considered a global hotspot. And it's rich in those species, but it's threatened by development. And that's what they're trying to correct here. And I have to say that a lot of other cities have had these ordinances since like 1994. And there's so much fear and resistance. And I think you have to start somewhere. And that's why I support this. And also it gets us to talk to them about the oak woodlands that people keep threatening, they just want to take them down and develop them. And those are, they feed birds and insects and there's like countless species live because of a California live oak or a black walnut. And we have to start really finding the balance between development and preservation. So, and I think that that's what the city is finally trying to do. And again, it's a pilot study, and people like Robert and other people and Tom who are not for this should continue to speak up and show them what the problems are with the pilot study, and we'll figure it out together as a community instead of fighting each other. And I think if we move forward, that's my pitch. So
no, I think to that point, I will just say for those that are in opposition, because there was some question about process, and so just to clarify that this is a land use committee. So if this is voted in favor of support of the wildlife ordinance in some fashion, it then goes to the board of the full board of the neighborhood council. So in terms of your opportunity to speak about this, as well as board members to ask additional questions or perhaps ask for additional details to be added to this motion before the neighborhood council as a body would respond, that would be the next step, which would be the third Wednesday of the month. So there's, this motion could potentially go through additional massaging, if you will. And you can look at studiocitync.org at our calendar and see when that board meeting is, and can interact that way. So
Randy, I just want to tell you, it is
please.
The National Park Service map circa 2006.
You were right. I was wrong. I apologize. Can you say that one more time?
National
yeah.
Park Service.
Yep.
Map circa 2006.
So we would say and recommend the inclusion of native woodlands as a resource referenced for reference.
You just can do the initials. I think they know NPS map circa 2006. Yeah.
NPS map.
I'm sorry. Yeah. NPS. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay. So, and Richard Niederberg, you've had your hand up. do you have something?
Yes, my question
Please.
is basically, what if your property or the property under consideration is adjacent to, let's say, the Santa Monica Conservancy or other federally or state or somebody held land, which is for wildlife passage? Would you still have to put in these corridors when you have thousands and thousands of acres, let's say Santa Monica Conservancy, which is close to us, which is right there? Why would you have to duplicate the effort by another 15 feet when you already have a lot of space for the animal to go by?
So I think that's a little bit more of a sustainability or planning question, and a little bit outside of the question in front of us, which is specifically regard to this motion. What I would say, as I understand it, though, is that in terms of passage of wildlife, it's not simply, it's all the way from the Pacific Ocean, going through the Santa Monica Mountains, coming literally all the way through to the east. And they would like to have, in some way or another, either fragmented or fully open space, a corridor for animals, because we know, and by we I mean those that are far more educated than me in the science, we know that animals are traversing the entire range, and the more that we can open up as those corridors, perhaps better for humanity and better for the animals and all of us together. Maybe I didn't say that quite accurately, but I think broad strokes, that's correct. But speaking to the motion at hand, before we would open it up one final time for public comment, since we have changed this, is there any other comment from committee members on this? Seeing no hands, hearing.
I do. I
Adele,
have one.
please.
Oh,
Sure.
sorry.
No, sure.
So just so everybody knows, there's a list of, I got a letter, from someone there, and there's a list of organizations that's massive that support this. Brentwood Homeowners, National Federation of Wildlife, Save Our Canyon. I can share I have all these logos in a thing, but it's a massive support for this ordinance. And I have to say, it's because it's a pilot study, because it's a beginning. I think that we should work together, and we should work together with the homeowners and iron out the problems that might be, in the ordinance. But the issue is, are we going to protect our woodlands? Are we going to protect, the animals? So.
Seeing no other hands raised from our committee members, thank you very much, Adele, much appreciated. So the motion now stands, which will open up one more round of public comment. The motion stands as the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports CPC-2022-3413-CA and CPC-2022-3712-ZC, the proposed wildlife district ordinance, and recommend the inclusion of native woodlands as a resource per a National Park Service map circa 2006. The motion was seconded by Adele. And this is the letter we'll be submitting to city planning, our council members. So if you have a public comment on this, please raise your hand. There'll be 1 minute for public comment. Before we bring this to a vote, Goat developer, please go ahead.
What are you doing? Look at the mess you made. Well, I'm getting impatient as I listen to Randy's filibuster. How come Lisa's hiding? Yeah. I thought she was going to be the one talking all about this. Where did she go? Where is she? Where is the tiger? But I have good news. If you want to see Lisa tomorrow at 4:30, she's on her planning commission. Yes, Robert, you can see the same Lisa over there tomorrow approving those developer projects. Nom, 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 yum, 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 yeah. And that's the reason why we're trying to protect a few fucking trees tonight. You guys got 85% of the city. We're just trying to keep a few trees alive. You ruined the Sportsman's Lodge, the golf course. Oh my God, how many are you gonna murder?
Your time has expired. Bill Grunfest, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not logical to say that you support a ordinance that the writers themselves say are full of unintended consequences. You can't support that. You could ask for more clarification, absolutely. The city's intent, as you folks have expressed it, is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is what's written down in the ordinance. I implore everyone to read this thing. I know it's boring, but our home values will be destroyed. Our ability to retire will be destroyed. And it is bad faith, Ms. Slaughter, to say it's only a pilot program. This is going to undo my ability to retire and pay for college tuition. It is bad faith to say, let's just go ahead and do it and see what happens. It's childish.
Diana Nicole, go ahead.
Thanks, Randy. Thank you for the updates. We support, I just want to go on record and say I support the updates. I just want to take an opportunity to also drive home two things. One is the idea that this is going to devalue people's homes is just not true. And if we have further conversations about this, we'll bring evidence of that to this, to the neighborhood council. Secondly, the folks that are here talking about wildlife, biodiversity, and words that are probably just words they've heard, it's just intellectually dishonest. They're unqualified to make those determinations and those comments. And I'm really not at all appreciative of people who are unqualified talking about something that is so important. And it's really sad to hear that all they care about is how much money they're going to be able to make up off their home. And that's exactly what this ordinance is trying to address, which is speculative real estate and opportunistic real estate. And so I think, you know, here we are, and this is why we have these comments, unfortunately. So again, thank you all for your work and for updating the motion.
Thank you, Jamie Hall, go ahead.
Just want to say I support the amendment. Thank you so much for taking that suggested revision. And I just want to say you're doing this at the exact right time. Staff has released this draft for our public comment. That public comment period is expiring on August 22nd. I hope the full board takes your recommendation, takes a vote on the recommendation prior to August 22nd. Staff's going to be making changes to the ordinance, I think, prior to developing a staff report, which will go to the City Planning Commission. So this is a really important moment for you to make any suggested changes to the ordinance and to register your support for the ordinance. And there will be further opportunities, but this is a very critical moment. And so I just wanted to reiterate that this is the right time to be doing this. And thank you so much for enduring a long hearing and listening to everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Robert Chantel, go ahead.
Thank you. Look, I understand that you want to be effective, so you want to move things forward. I think it's inappropriate to move them forward too fast just to be seen as effective. I think we have to do it right. So I wouldn't forward motions just to be doing something. I would want you to do it properly. And to the woman who I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, questions why our property values are important to us, because if you buy a property here, you're spending more than $1 million. It is an investment, whether you like it or not. And that is important. You can't forget how this impacts us. And I'm not a developer. I'm just a guy with a house that we've been working on for years. And this is a negative impact on us and will be a negative impact on many people in my position, me and my wife's position. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Robert. Mary Ann King, go ahead.
Oh, hi there. Hi, Randy and everyone. I'm listening in just because I personally really care about this ordinance. I think it has, I personally support it. But Randy, you mentioned something about the Woodlands study of 2006, and I think Adele mentioned 2016. So I just want to point that out, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrice Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I live in the flats, and I think this is so hypocritical of people that are voting on this that are not affected by it. You know, the people that live, you know, up in the hills or whatever, they are going to be affected by it, or they will be affected by it. We're not sure. But for you to vote on something that will affect a lot of Studio City, I think is so unfair. It's so easy for you guys to say, oh yeah, let's do it. It's, you know, it's just not fair. So I think you need more information before you take a vote on this. Thank you.
Why is Lisa? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you should kick this one back, because it's really hypocritical that it stops at Sunswept. And you have to ask why. Could it be that that particular developer gave a nice campaign contribution to Caro Tarosian to push forward his project up there? Yes, it could be. So you should ask that. And I'm going to tell the homeowners that people on this land use committee, some of them want to move up the food chain in the city. So of course they want to push it through, because they're doing what their handlers want to do. So you really should put this one aside and find out why it stops at Sunswept. Thank you.
Kristen, go ahead.
Hi guys, this is Kristen Stavola calling in. Let me get someplace where it's not so loud at the moment. My concerns, and I would hope that the Studio City Neighborhood Council would also share these concerns. This draft of the ordinance violates so many brush clearance regulations that I can't even count them. And I think we really need to stop this rush to move this forward, and that all public safety concerns need to be addressed. Education about how to handle wildlife conflicts needs to be addressed. And if you guys could join the other neighborhood councils and demand that more time is allotted so that people who are affected by this ordinance have a chance to get educated and voice very serious concerns for the public safety aspects of this ordinance, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no other further hands up, Jerry Austin. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. The last two, the comments about not moving forward with this unless Sunswept is included. I think the two callers might have misunderstood a bit, because you are making that recommendation in your motion. And again, it is a pilot. And again, there, as you pointed out really succinctly, Randy, there's several more steps to this, but to not support it at this point doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because it is something that is in progress, as was represented by the lady from Department of Planning. The other thing is that the whole idea of if people saying, I just found out about this, or more study needs to be done. Years of study has already been done, and there's always going to be people who haven't heard yet, because it's so hard for everyone to be aware of everything at the same time, which why I was so glad to see the agenda tonight with all the different things that are mentioned there, to give, that's great that people can maybe become aware.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Jerry. Seeing no other hands for public comment is closed. So before we bring this to a vote, Scott Mandel.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm one of those unqualified persons who probably shouldn't be commenting, but I'm going to comment anyway. And my comment is, rather than we support with these conditions, I would not support unless these conditions are met, and specifically state something along the lines of reserving our rights. Because if the final ordinance comes out and the woodlands are not included, and the fencing is not slightly revised, and there isn't an explanation for going to 25 feet, we're not going to support it. And as we've seen before, we have supported things that have were in their draft. They changed. We appeared to support something before the council file, which we didn't support. So maybe it's just semantics. Actually, I will support this to go before the board, but when it goes before the board, then I'll make similar comments. But I don't know if we support with these conditions or we don't support unless these conditions are met. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I think it's a valid point. It's why I had asked at the time, for example, when I said, that we support this based on, assuming X was done, and the only comment that came at that moment during committee comment was from Adele saying, perhaps we would say we recommend versus require. The only other item I would say is, because I guess I would say that I feel strongly both ways. I too, Scott, I'm like you. I guess I'm unqualified because I don't live in the hills, but I am a homeowner, and I do soundly understand the financial commitment it takes to buy a home, and that is for many people their nest egg for retirement or whatever future plans are, and whether this impacts that or not. So I would say, before bringing this to a vote, I would respectfully ask, those that have been very vocal and concerned, please reach out to our president, please reach out to myself through or board at studiocitync.org, and let's bullet point, the specific concerns, so that when it comes before the board, this can go through another iteration, and perhaps it's changed for the better. But to get to that, we're gonna decide whether.
Randy,
Yes,
I have
sir,
one comment.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
please,
have one
Dean, go
comment.
ahead. No, please.
In listening to support opposition and such, I would like to understand, and I'm concerned how many of the stakeholders within the mapping boundaries really are aware, because there could be, for a variety of reasons, a number of stakeholders that really don't have knowledge of this whatsoever. And I'm not even in the mapping, and I've got the friendly announcement letter in the mail. I looked at it. It's very easy. We all get a lot of mail and junk mail and advertisements and such from DWP, all sorts of governmental agencies, but I'm regret not asking how else all of the stakeholders and those within the mapped boundaries have been notified. How do we verify that they have been notified just because they're here on record tonight or not? I'm concerned there's a lot of people that, you know, I'm sure there'll be more people getting on the train, which I hope there will be, but I'm really concerned who really does know, notwithstanding who really does understand the impact. And I'm generally in favor of wildlife ordinance, but to Scott's point and all, is it premature? Where are we here? But there are a number of questions that the staff couldn't answer tonight.
Thank you, Dean. So before bringing this to a vote, is there any other committee member comment or motion, anything? Seeing no hands, we will bring this to a vote. Sorry, I'll get this. Lisa Karajian.
Randy, would you read the motion one more time?
Sure, not a problem. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports CPC-2022-3413-CA and CPC-2022-3712-ZC. The proposed wildlife district ordinance and recommend the inclusion of native woodlands as a resource per a National Park Service map circa 2006. So calling the vote, Lisa Karajian. Okay, we'll come back to her in a second. Jesse Porter. Jesse, is he still on? Actually, I'm not seeing him. Lana's not here. Wait a minute. Richard Niederberg.
Opposed as currently written.
So that's a no. Dean Color.
Opposed as currently written, so that's a no.
Thank you. 2 no's. Adele Slaughter.
Yes.
Yes. Scott Mandel.
I'll say yes, and I would probably call a special board meeting just for this one topic because of the participation and the amount of time. This will not be agendized at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. And I think this is due for far more public input, discussion, and debate. So I will say yes, but it will not be on the next board agenda, and I will come up with a date for a special meeting just for this singular topic. Thank you.
And echoing Scott, I would say yes as well, which leaves, but wait a minute, 5, okay, so we still have a quorum. So the yeses have it 3-2.
But don't you need Lisa?
Lisa, are you there?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's similar to.
Yep. Okay.
Present but not present. Okay. So motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. There's one final agenda item on our agenda for this evening. Agenda item number 6, presentation, discussion, possible motion, the proposed project, the Crescent Apartments C2-1VL-Rio project address 4260 North Arch Drive, CPC-2017-3759-DB-CPP, SPP-SPR, ENV-2017-3760-EAFA, 129 unit, 5-story, 114,004 square foot total floor area apartment building. Maximum height of 76 feet to the highest point, density bonus apartment building with 17 units set aside for very low income tenants. Total lot area 44,886.8 square feet. It includes 145 parking spaces on 2 subterranean levels, utilizing on-menu incentives for increased FAR of 3-to-1 in lieu of 1-to-1, and on menu to allow 70% lot coverage in lieu of 60%, and off menu to allow a height of 76 feet in lieu of 45 feet, and relief from transitional height requirements, and waiver of development standard to allow no commercial space in the commercial corner. Currently a vacant lot, former site of a residential care facility for the elderly that has gone through demolition. Representative Jonathan Riker. I did see him. I just want to say this was an issue, actually, as I recall, that was discussed actually in May of this year. So I know there were a number of issues that were brought up, and I think that the primary question that was before the, unless there are material changes, which Jonathan will let you speak to, but unless I'm mistaken, the primary question that comes to us is in reference to the height. Because that is something that'll have to go before Planning Commission. Per the specific plan, there's a height limit of 30 feet, but if you have the setback, you get another 15 feet, which brings you to 45 feet. And so this is a request to go above that. As was mentioned in the previous presentation, if you're looking at the building per the presentation, it doesn't really look that tall because you're a little bit below grade at the river, and based on how you're required to measure to the top of the elevator overrun, that's how you get that height. But from a practical sense, that is not what it would be, they would say, and that it's very much in line with the buildings. I'm just saying this as a recap of our May meeting. So if we can try to keep the meeting concise to what's actually before us, that would be great. And with that, I'll stop talking. And I guess if there's a presentation, Jonathan, go ahead and welcome.
Great.
And Emily.
That's right. Thank you, Randy. Yeah, you summarized the issue, really well. I think that's the main point. We have a presentation tonight. I don't know if you'd like us to go through the full presentation, but we can. I mean, there may be folks who weren't here last time. But yeah, the main point was, I think there was consensus that the project was a lot of support for it, just some clarification on the height and some other issues, including trees, and adding the arborist report, which we did provide to you. But before moving on, I want to just turn this over to Emily. Emily represents Goldrich Kest, who is the property owner. So wanted to give her a chance to give an introduction, and then we'll go into the presentation. But I think we'll try to go through it quickly, given that we presented it one time before. So turn it over to Emily.
Thanks, Jonathan. Again, thank you for having us back to speak and make some of these clarifications. As Jonathan said, I'm Emily Taylor. I represent Goldrich Kest. We're a family-owned and operated a company that's been has owned and operated and developed many properties in Los Angeles since the 1970s, and we're still based here in Los Angeles. Our intention is to build this property and continue to maintain it and operate it throughout the life of the property. Last time we heard that you wanted to see some of these reports, which we think we got for you. There were some requests for some traffic calming measures, which we've had talks with DOT about, as well as landscaping and trees along Arch Drive, which Johannes will show you in some of our renderings. As a reminder, this project was previously entitled and brought before this committee back in 2019, and now we're coming back and bringing you a different project, but we think that we brought you a lot of improvements to the original project, including an increase in affordability that was previously not there. As Jonathan hinted at, the height that we've stepped it back, and we believe that it's compatible with the adjacent residential buildings. And then the improved pathways to the LA River as well. So I'll turn it over to Johannes Uben and Mark Lehman, both of Lehman Architects, and Jonathan as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I'll share my screen.
If you can see this now, right?
Yes.
I'll go ahead. And this is materially the same presentation we gave last time, except that we have updated our landscape drawing and added a revised rendering. So just again, introducing a site on the Los Angeles River on Arch Drive and Ventura Boulevard. Just noting that this is between the Universal City and the Silver Triangle over here. Just a quick context of the neighborhood. So we got the river on the north side of the property. We got a residential multifamily street and neighborhood to the east, and then we have the commercial Studio City Place to the west. There's a quick diagram that shows the elevation along Arch Drive, just to give you a sense of the various heights. So this is the Studio City Place, the Marshalls, our proposed buildings, the adjacent existing two-story buildings, and then a few larger buildings as you go down the road. And I tried to keep this in proportions, but obviously the larger building is in the photo, the more skewed the shot is. I don't have a draw or anything like that. Just pointing out that the north side of the river is adjacent to the future LA River Path project. So this will have an impact on how we address the river. We did some analysis and concluded that we got the sun from the south, winds from the north, and noise from the south on Ventura Boulevard. So just a quick comparison between the 2019 version that was approved and the current design. So we're now at 129 units with 17 very low, very low income. I'm sorry. The building layout has changed. So before we had 3 single bars with small courtyards in between, and we changed this to a U-shaped building that has a larger courtyard to the north, just for efficiency's sake. Building height, what was approved, and this is measured per the specific plan, which is a little bit different than your typical zoning measuring because it includes the elevator penthouse. It was 73 feet, and we're asking for 75 feet, and this has really just to do with us studying the elevator tower and understanding, what we need to make this happen. The height measured from the street, so this is like from Arch Drive, was 43'10" to the front, and then the building stepped up, versus in our case, we're 57 feet on the commercial side on Ventura and Arch Drive, and then 47 feet, stepping down to 47 feet on the residential side of the building. And what's really important too in this design is that we changed the side yard that's adjacent to this neighbor over here from 10 feet to 15 feet and made it our primary access to the river. And in terms of pedestrian experience, we used to have a commercial space in the center building here, but we removed this because we felt that this actually wouldn't quite work. And you have this large existing plaza here. So, and we replaced this with a seating indoor outdoor space and this a large glazed storefront that's sort of reminiscent of the adjacent commercial neighborhoods. And just so you can kind of see this, how this works in plan is like we are tall at the C zone and stepping down at the C zone. We're having a large glazing to sort of represent the connection with the commercial neighbor. And in the center of the building, we have a large cutout that opens visually to the river. So as you walk by there, you'll be able to see through the building. In terms of the stepping and height of the building, what you can see here is what was just mentioned before. The transitional height by right, starts at the lowest point of the site, which is down at the river, and steps up to 45 feet. What we propose, and this is very similar to what we had approved in our last version of this project, was going up 25 feet the same way, and then have a 45-degree cut, and using this to gently step the building up towards the maximum height. So quickly getting into the renderings. So this is the revised rendering that shows the building from Arch Drive. So you see one of the big comments we had last time that, you know, it was felt that this facade was sort of stark. And maybe there's a way we can add some tree canopy at the street to soften the pedestrian experience. And so this is what we've done. And, you know, we propose this planting as shown here to really mitigate and you know, implement this kind of softer edge to the building. Here's a frontal view, seeing the same thing. This is the large opening at the center of the building that cuts through the courtyard and open up towards the mountains and the river beyond. This is the 15-foot river access walk, which is going to be providing access for the neighbors and the neighborhood to the city, to the Riverwalk in the future, as soon as it's built. This will be gated and time controlled, so I believe it will be open during the sunlight hours and open for the residents, of course. This is a view from the riverside, so this is that 15-foot setback, and you know, really took care that, you know, this setback also allowed to give a little bit more buffer to the adjacent neighbor. Stepping down to the river. I just wanted to note here, though, that what is shown not grayed out is the actual property line, and this area below here is part of the Riverwalk. So this hasn't been designed yet, but this is how we anticipate connecting with that zone. And as you can see here, this is how we dealt with the stepping of the building, right? So at the adjacent to the neighboring building, we're about the same height, and then stepping slowly up to the top of the building, creating these terraces that give the residents views over the river and towards the north. Quickly going through the plans. So below ground, we have a parking deck. This is the first below ground level that's on the grade of the river walk, a little bit above the river walk because we're on a hillside, really. This is the ground floor level. So this is that glazed residential lobby zone that I was talking about with the seating for the residents and work areas. As I said before, this is a U-shaped building with amenity spaces and a pool deck. This is the updated landscape plan that incorporates the increased buffer zone on the south side of the building and gives you a bit of an idea of how this will lay out. Just stepping up, you know, typically we see these large units at the end with the balconies. Pretty much most of the units have some sort of outdoor space, especially ones towards the courtyards. And as you can see in the square footage, these are like above average sized units. So these are not micro units. I think these are appropriately sized for families that hopefully will move here. So moving up into more denser, you see the stepping starting to happen in the rear, private decks, and with some small communal spaces that can be used by all the residents. And as we go up, we step back. And then here's a roof plan. Oh, one thing I didn't mention is there's a small roof deck, and this is how we step down towards the adjacent neighbor. And then the roof is unoccupied. It's just mechanical units. There's nothing up here. So this is the front elevation, just in color, just to give you. So again, I think a big, big push and difference between the previous design is that we split up the design from 3 bars into 5 bars, just to make the scale a little bit more similar to the adjacent neighborhood. And we pushed back the corridor spaces and in-between spaces to give a little bit more sense that these are more like 5 individual structures. This is from the down the Riverwalk on the east side. The west side, this is towards the Marshalls. So this is towards that big shopping center. And this is your rear elevation towards the river. So you see large doors and patio decks. And quick overview of the project from an axonometric. And this is from the riverside. This is that Marshall I was talking about earlier. And so I'll give this to Jonathan to explain the entitlements and the requests here.
Great, thanks, Johannes. Yeah, so we went through this previous time. So just to summarize again, so the project entitlements include the density bonus request, which is the main request, including a request for the off-menu incentive to allow additional height, and I'll get to that in a minute. Other than that off-menu request, we have two on-menu requests and a waiver related to the commercial corner requirements, which I'll mention shortly. Also wrapped up in the entitlements is the compliance with the specific plan and site plan review due to the size of the project, including more than 50 additional units. The base density as calculated per state law is 113 units, which is similar to the by right density, which is 112 units. Because we are including 15% of the base density for very low income tenants. So that's 17 units. And by providing 15%, we are allowed these three incentives, which I'll mention shortly. The maximum allowable density is 153 units. That's under state density bonus law for a 35% density bonus. But we're not trying to just cram in as many units as possible in this project. So we're including 129 units, which is an increase over last time. But again, we're not trying to just develop as many small units as possible. We want them to be sizable enough to provide a variety of unit types and more compatible with the neighborhood is how we feel about that. So the three incentives, this is the crux of the request. One is the floor area incentive. So we're asking for an FAR of 3:1 in lieu of 1:1, which is on menu. It's allowed by virtue of the location of the property on Ventura Boulevard and within a certain distance from a transit stop. The lot coverage incentive is also on menu. So we're asking for 70% lot coverage in lieu of 60%, which is the maximum under the specific plan. And the height. So the height is really the most important request. As Johannes showed in the diagrams, we are going up to a maximum height of 75 feet, but that also includes the top of the elevator shaft. So in lieu of the 45-foot height limit imposed by the specific plan and the zoning, as well as the commercial corner requirements. What we tried to do though is, as Johannes mentioned and Emily as well, that we're trying to make the building compatible with the neighborhood in terms of how it appears from the street. So at the street level, the portion of the building closest to the residential uses is only 47 feet in height, as measured from the grade to that particular top of the facade at that location. The height of 75 feet, it really is more of it's an exaggeration of the actual height as it feels for people who view the building from the street in particular. And that's because there's a 12-foot difference between the lowest grade at the rear of the property to the maximum height of the building. And that's how the zoning code requires height to be measured. So it's from the lowest grade point to the highest point of the building. And in the specific plan, that highest point includes the top of the elevator shaft. So that's where you get the 75-foot height, although really it's more like the middle of the building, it's closer to 65, 67 feet. If you look at the slope and the grade and the level of grade at that portion of the building. And again, including the elevator shaft, which adds, I think, another 7-8 feet, the building height is not really 75 feet. Also, again, as Johannes mentioned, we feel that it is compatible. We have the step back design next to the residential building to the east. And there are other buildings on Arch Drive that are also 4-story buildings at the front facade, also about 45 feet in height. So part of this height request is also relief from the transitional height requirement. Transitional height is actually only required at the rear of the property next to the open space zone. So we are complying with the spirit of that by also stepping back the building from the rear portion to the front. And we're including the step back at the front facade just to make it more compatible with the residential uses. So the combination of these features, we feel, creates a project that is compatible with the other residences in the area. One more minor request is a waiver from the commercial corner requirements, really related to the 45-foot height limit, but also to get a waiver from the conditional use permit requirement by not including commercial use in the building. And we felt that the commercial use was really not necessary and would be very difficult to lease out, actually, especially due to the fact there's a commercial shopping center next door. Also, by eliminating this commercial use, which was in the previous building, there would be fewer cars, less traffic. So overall, we think it enhances the project and makes it less impactful than the previous version. So that's basically it. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, we feel this is a really good effort to make the building compatible. We're not maximizing the density. We're trying to be as sensitive as we can to the neighbors, but build a project that's feasible and also contributes to the goal of providing more housing and especially more affordable housing to the city.
Great, thank you very much, Jonathan. First, if we get so again, just so two things. One is a clarification on my end. Base height on the north side there is 45 feet. I said 30 plus the setback, but anyway, it's still the height is 45 feet on the north side. And the real question here before us, especially that last slide, I think was very important to speak to and to focus on is the request for height. So just for the committee to keep that in mind. In terms of public comment or question, I will open that up first. So if you have a public comment or question regarding agenda item 6, the Crescent Apartments at Arch Drive, please raise your hand now. You will have 1 minute. Let me just square my timer away. Goat developer, go ahead.
Oh, and go ahead. Yes. So what we want to demonstrate real fast is how you can get everything you want. Now, what's this here? So it's a liquor box. Yeah. So you simply open it up like that, and you take out the wine. You don't need this shit. And there you go. That's where you put the money. Yes, that's how you really do it. Yes. Well, look at this. They don't even have to have a commercial space in this goddamn project. But everybody in Encino got fucked and they had to put one under there and couldn't lease it. How did we do it? How the hell did these guys do it? Yes, maybe. So again, that's what we need. We need
Your time has expired. Thank you. Phone number ending in 018. Barry, go ahead.
Yes, city's implementing ordinance for density bonus says, and I quote, in any zone in which the height or number of stories is limited, which it is in this case to 45 feet, this height increase shall permit a maximum of 11 additional feet or 1 additional story, whichever is lower, to provide the restricted affordable units. So that allows 56 feet, period, on this development. Also, if you look up these two properties which make up this lot on Zemus, it comes to a total of 42,480 square feet. You have 44,886. There's a discrepancy of 2,406 feet. And in your rendering, I don't see how the rendering is not out of scale with the rest, with the buildings on either side. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann King, Chatsworth, NC, go ahead.
Hi there, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm familiar with this project. I just wanted to find out, I didn't see a landscape plan, and I think the previous project actually worked really hard to preserve trees on site. So I'd like to know what the difference is with the last approved project and this project with respect to tree preservation, specifically along the river side and the east and west property line. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Nicole, go ahead.
Sure, I'd like the land use committee to please ask about the landscape plan as well, specifics about trees, tree species, etc. But there doesn't look like a lot of permeable surfaces there, and that's a problem. So another exception that's being asked for, I find concerning, to go to 70%. I also would say there's solutions for some of it. You can put in any tree you want if the developer would be open to doing silvacells, but I don't want trees in front of big glass windows that don't have bird safe glass. So, it's complex. The other thing is I am concerned about lease length, and what I would ask the land use committee to please ask the developers, are they going to offer short-term leases? What's the minimum lease length?
Thank you. Terry Austin, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've been following this project as well, and I saw the last landscape design, and we mentioned trees at that point. And it's a little disingenuous to put in just the trees that have been added have literally just been added, like painted in. There's no wells where those trees will live. And when you saw the public pathway, it doesn't match with what you're seeing from the other angle. So they were put in, just drawn in because we asked it to, but there's no real plan there. And also the trees were being shown will be there a decade from now. So it's a little disingenuous. I think the only thing this plan is compatible with is what Encino looks like. It's a big, big box, and it's over 25 feet higher than everything else that's on either side of it. So I don't think it fits in at all. And I think there's been a real scant and very superficial addressing of the landscaping. Thank you.
Jeff Hartwick, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My concern is the height requirement. How tall is the Marshalls nearby? I think it should be about the same height. 75 feet versus 45 feet, that's quite in addition in terms of height. I think it should probably be cut back more if at all possible. I like your design. It's a very beautiful design, but I just think it's too tall for the particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Melanie Winter, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I'm a little to the side of everybody else. I do not mind the height. I think it with what you've done with the design, it appears not to be out of step. My concerns are with respect to the 70% coverage. We really, really need to find ways to reduce impervious surface cover in the next decade for a number of reasons: heat, flood, groundwater. And so you really need to be going above and beyond in a lot of other respects to get a waiver on additional impervious surface coverage and lot coverage here. And yeah, I echo other people's comments about the sort of slapdash approach to the landscape overall. My other comment is, I would wonder if you would specify in your leases that you would allow lessees to use their parking spaces for something other than cars. You're going the full, you're in a
Your time has expired. Thank you. Would you guys care to respond to any of the public questions or comments?
We can, no,
sure.
go ahead, Jonathan. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll just take some, and then Johannes and Emily, feel free to join in. Yeah, well, as far as the height goes, we are asking for the height. It is allowed under the code. The on-menu height incentive only allows 11-foot increase, but pursuant to an off-menu density bonus request, you can go beyond that. And that's what we're asking for. So I just wanted to clarify that. There was a question about the maximum height allowed. Also, in terms of trees, and Johannes and Emily, definitely feel free to add to this, but we're actually, to answer Marianne's question, we're actually preserving more trees than in the previous project. We had hoped to preserve all the trees, especially at the eastern boundary of the project, but because of the distance between the building and the neighboring property and the trees, it was found to be very difficult to actually do that in reality. So by stepping back the building further and increasing the side yard setback to 15 feet, we're able to preserve the trees in that location. And we're continuing to preserve the trees adjacent to the river as well. So that's a big improvement with this version of the project versus the last version. And then, and Johannes maybe could speak to the landscaping plan. We didn't just pop trees into the renderings. We were planning to have, we have a landscape plan that includes trees. So just want Johannes, feel free to, add some more details on that.
Yeah, I was just going to mention too that in the link that's provided in the agenda, you can find actually the latest landscape drawings, and the latest set that this is based on, as well as the presentation. And like Jonathan said, we are actually able to preserve more trees than in the previous design, and also preserve more trees along the riverside as well, I believe, that were impacted. Part of what we're doing to help with the permeability is that our parking deck is not extending as much anymore as before. So where previously we had covered parking deck with pathways above, we now actually have open soil in a lot of places that we didn't have before. That's true towards the river, and that's true in the side yards as well. So I think while we're asking for more than the typical, I think we're also doing more by not building everything right up to the property line on all sides of this building, which many developments do. Yeah, that's all I had. And and I think we work quite a bit with the landscape architects on trees in front of the building to alleviate the concerns, because we hear you, and I think it actually adds a lot. Those trees. So.
I can speak to the question about short-term leases. As a company, we are very much trying to get away from allowing tenants to have that, to use our property as short-term leases. We think that it's bad for the community. We think it's bad for our other residents. And so as a concerted effort, we're getting rid of those at our properties and will not have short-term leases.
And also I can add something to the lot coverage issue. And from what I understand, and Johannes, please feel free to join in, we had a difficulty in meeting that lot coverage requirement because of the slope, and especially with the courtyard in the middle. Part of it is above grade and part of it is below grade due to the slope, and the above grade portion, even though it's flat and it really feels more like it's at grade, it is technically considered above grade, and that's what increased the percentage, as far as calculating lot coverage. And we had a lot of difficulty meeting that in the last version of the project and this one as well. And we just feel it's a better design to just allow a little leeway to increase the lot coverage.
Yeah, I concur. It's interesting. There's an interesting diagram in the drawings, if you want to look at that too. And I think by actually combining those two courtyards into one large courtyard, I think we're actually getting a more open building, even though part of it is built upon the parking deck, parking structure, the podium basically. But I think we actually end up with more open space to be used by the residents. And yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no other hands for public comment is closed. Committee questions, and again, I just in consideration of time, of course, you can ask whatever you'd like, but I think it's important for us to really drill down on the specific question that we're here to weigh in on, which is as it relates to the existing project entitlements and the off-menu height incentive that is being requested. So if we can keep that in mind, that would, with our questions and concerns, that would be great. But committee members, anyone? Scott Mandel.
Thank you. I would like to hear from the committee members who were at the presentation in May. There was a motion on the table then in support of this with no changes. And it was pulled or tabled or what have you, pending additional documents. I'd like to know from the committee members, including the chair who had this motion on the table at the last meeting, have your questions been answered? Have the documents been presented? And are all your all the information that you need present for this at this time? Thank you.
I think that's a great question, Scott. I seem to recall there was a Jesse had abstained, Dean had abstained, there was concern. There were some unanswered questions. I know there was a question about the landscape thing. So Dean, is there, do you feel the information missing from this project?
I recall Adele requesting a tree report and some very specifics that we requested. I don't know if that was ever received.
Yes, if you clicked on the link that was on the agenda that Lisa sent out, it included a file on a tree report.
Okay.
Which I believe actually there was an email exchange where Adele acknowledged receipt.
No, I never got receipt. I got receipt of it from Lisa.
Or the
yeah.
agenda, I should say. I'm sorry. Yes.
Right. No, I did look at it. There's not a planting plan that I could figure out. I did see the tree report and it's very thorough. And I would like to know how much green space in terms of the square footage of the property is going to be green space. And I also had asked about a safety and study, and I think you said that you've done some of that. And I think Lisa asked us to go visit the site, which I did today. And I, made the left onto Arc Drive and then circled around and tried to come out. And it's really terrifying to come out at that juncture because you're on a curve both ways. So it's really terrifying to go left there. So I think they really need to do that traffic study. And I also had mentioned, I think I mentioned about using bird safe glass because of all those buildings. But I'm still quite concerned about the height because as far as I can tell, the building is going to be taller than Marshall's and quite a bit taller, maybe, I don't know, 15 feet taller. I can't tell. That's concerning to me. And the other thing that's really concerning to me is I kind of looked at all the square footage and, you say that this is for families, but your studios are around 461. That's sort of averaging 461 feet, which is like a hotel room, right? And the one bedrooms go between 625 and 639, 619, 638, there is one bedroom that's 847. And the two bedrooms are around 960, 1,000, 900, 800, so on average, all the apartments are smaller. The studios, the one bedrooms and the two bedrooms are smaller than the national average apartment. At least from what I could in my research, maybe you guys know better, but so, my concern is, about lease, term leases and making sure that this is not going to be more like a hotel and, destabilize our community and really be a place for people. And I hear you guys in your presentation, are saying that what you're saying is you want to stick with this place, you want to make it a place. And I think the design itself, I love that courtyard. I love how you've interfaced with the river. I like but I still feel it is way too big. And I don't know how to get over that. So those are my thoughts and concerns.
Any other committee comments? Seeing none, hearing none, then I would put a motion forward, which will have public comment again. And so it would basically say the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the proposed project of the Crescent Apartments C2-1VL-Rio, project address 4260 North Arch Drive, CPC-2017-375-DB-SPP-SPR-E&V-2017-3760 EAFA 129 unit 5-story 114,004 square foot total floor area apartment building, maximum height of 76 feet to the highest point, density bonus apartment building with 17 units set aside for very low income tenants, total area of 44,886.8 square feet, includes 145 parking spaces on 2 subterranean levels, utilizing on-menu incentives for increased FAR of 3-to-1 in lieu of 1-to-1, and on menu to allow 70% lot coverage in lieu of 60%, and off menu to allow height of 76 feet in lieu of 45 feet, and relief from transitional height requirements and waiver of development standard to allow no commercial space in a commercial corner. Currently a vacant lot, former site of residential senior care facility for the elderly that has gone through demolition. Is there a second? So hearing no second, this motion as it stands currently cannot move forward. We cannot bring it to a vote. Are there any, other than Adele's comments, because unless you had more to add, Adele, were there any other committee members who are present have further input that they would like to give to this developer as to what, give them some direction, if you will? Scott?
For me, I'd like to hear from the land use chair, the person who put forth the motion back in May and agendized this. We haven't heard from Lisa, and I think she owes us an explanation, at least to weigh in on this topic for inviting the applicant. I think it's not fair for the applicant. So if Lisa can maybe chime in, thank you.
What would you like me to comment on? The applicant requested to be in front of the committee to present, and they have every right to ask that. I have the ability to put them on the agenda, which I did. So here they are, they have presented, and that is it. What is there to say other than that? They have presented. What else would you like, Scott?
Do you have any comments, questions? Are you going to vote? Are you going to
No, I'm
participate?
not going to, there's no motion on the table, so there's no.
So you're not going to second it? Okay, that's fine. You can turn your camera back off then.
I think that, well, I'll just respond and say that I number one, appreciate Goldrich, Kess taking, and Jonathan and Johannes for coming this evening. I know it's been a late night and you were waiting to present in the hopes of moving forward. I wish that I could give you a more concrete information for the sake of which way to move forward. But having no further input from committee members, other than existing comments from Adele, that it's just too big. There was one question perhaps you could answer. I don't know if that would change the calculus on it from one committee member, which is, you know, do you happen to know specifically, is this taller than Marshall's or not?
Yes, so it is taller than Marshall's, but that was a calculation we made in terms of where would you want the additional height? You know, having this kind of step back design, would you prefer the height to be next to the residential uses or Marshall's? And Marshall's being that it's not a sensitive use, we felt it was more appropriate to have the building to be taller at that location. You know, and again, the additional height and the incentives we're requesting are necessary to include the affordable units in the project, of which there are 17, which is an increase over the 12 that were proposed earlier. You know, this is the state law which authorizes this, and you know, we feel, you know, we're not going for the max. We're not trying to get as much as we can. We're trying to prepare, you know, present a project that's you know, sensitive to the community, and by purposely putting the additional height where we feel it's necessary to include these affordable units adjacent to the commercial use, we're actually, you know, making the project more compatible with residential uses on that street. So that's the reason for that strategy. I'm a bit puzzled, frankly, as far as why, you know, there won't be you know, a motion or at least a discussion to provide more feedback. I thought we were very close to having your support last time. So, but you know, of course, we're open to more suggestions. We're open to more, you know, conversations about this, but just kind of perplexed why, you know, there isn't some type of emotion at least.
No, I understand, and I can simply apologize. I'm a little bit perplexed myself. And hopefully we can continue the conversation and figure out, and this can be on an agenda in the near term, and we can figure out what, if any, information committee members are still looking for in order to even bring the question forward to the full board, or if it's a flat no. So again, with that, I would say thank you for your time this evening, and we'll be in touch if warranted. Moving on to agenda item number 7, just to reiterate the idea of Scott, and really Patty Kirby gets some credit, as does Lisa Sarkin. I think there were some other stakeholders that said, because there are so many different projects in Studio City, it would be great to have an area where stakeholders can readily go and see and click on links and see where projects are in their course of their proposed developments. Scott was kind enough to assemble the list. There will be a link for future reference on the agenda and on our website. And with that, I would move to agenda item. Actually, I guess I have to take public comment, though we're skipping the A through rest. So public comment for 1 minute. Let me get my timer ready. Goat developer, go ahead.
Yes. So I don't know. Maybe it's because I became a developer tonight that people are rethinking. Oh yeah, definitely. Do you want to be in bed with somebody who has horns and a tail? Kira Tarosian and Paul Martin Krikorian definitely have horns and tails, yeah. They have been fucking us for decades. And now we look today at this project. What about all of our colleagues that build that commercial space on the first floor that they can't lease? But don't worry, Lisa's got a vote on the commission that this is going to come forward to. She'll make sure you get everything you want, right? That's right. Yes. So remember the three things, according to the government. You have to pay off the building inspector, check. Donate to the office holder account, check.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Phone number ending in 018, go ahead.
I think that was from the last time I spoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Barry. Patrice Berlin, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously it's late, but Lisa, where you been all night to comment why are you not involved in any of this tonight? I totally don't know what to say. I mean, you're supposed to be the chair of this committee. You've totally let Randy take over all of it, and it's not right. You should step down. Obviously, you don't have the time or effort or care for the community, and whether it be Randy or somebody else to take over, I really think at this point, it's really time. After all of this, the community needs someone to stand up and
Your time is expired. Replace the land use chair, go ahead.
That's a good idea, Randy. I'm glad you agree. So Lisa brought up that she informs the public. She does not. The perfect example is the Sunswept project, which was brought to her attention by Eric Previn probably a year before it hit the public airwaves. And she was sent all the emails, everything that was sent to me, and she did nothing about it. This list is really good, and a lot of people have called me and go, they were overloaded. They didn't know this was going on. She doesn't inform the community about anything. You gotta go, Lisa. You just bad news. Turn off your camera if you don't want to see me. Also, one other thing on the Sportsman's Project, I found errors in the SCEA document, and I reported them to city planning, and I haven't heard back. But the errors are, to me, glaring enough where the document should be pulled and reviewed and released, because these are very technical documents. And if we find 2 or 3 errors that are cut and paste.
Your time is expired. Thank you. Mark Lamont, go ahead. Mark. Mark Lamont, go ahead. Mark.
Randy, Mark represents our architect, and he's texting me that he can't, for whatever reason, he's not able to speak.
Okay.
Can I speak on his behalf? He's texting me what he's saying.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Sure. So we did want to speak to the height. that if you look along that diagram, that we are in height with several of the other buildings that are along Arch Drive. So we're certainly compatible with many of the buildings that are along Arch Drive. And our units are larger than most of the units that are coming to market now. And so not compatible with a hotel use.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands for the public comment is closed. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
I was muted for the last 15, 20 minutes, so I couldn't in any way add anything to that, plus second the motion. I'm very disappointed I was not able to speak at that time, but I was muted by the host, I guess.
I think you were muted because there was a fair amount of background noise coming from your mic. I apologize if your intent, so you're saying your intent was to second the motion? Richard, you're muted again. Okay, so Richard, you're still muted. Go ahead. Still muted. Still muted. So Richard, I don't know if you're go ahead.
The problem is it keeps saying that the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. So every time you ask me to unmute, I can't do it.
Okay, that certainly puts a twist to things. Okay, well, in light of the time, and we've already passed that agenda item, I will confer with Scott for the upcoming board meeting, and perhaps he will be in touch with the project developer, and we'll see if we'll have an internal talk, since you're saying that you wanted to second the motion, but you were unable to unmute yourself to second. Is that what you're saying, Richard?
That's correct. I wanted to go to a vote.
You want it to go to a vote. Okay. Well, I guess we could recall the matter.
I'd like to be on the record.
Right. Okay, so we will recall, which means we're opening public comment again, recalling agenda item number 6.
Oh, no, come on.
Due to a technical difficulty
Sorry.
of a committee member, Adele, just to be, I think.
Sorry.
It's okay, just to be fair to a fellow committee member that wasn't able to second it when he wanted to. Give me one.
Can't we just call for the vote? Do we have to go back to public comment?
We do, because we're recalling an agenda item that we've already left. So if we do not, unfortunately, that would mean we are violating someone's right to speak to the issue.
Okay.
And I could think of at least one stakeholder that would like to speak to it. Give me 1 second, just recalling the motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the proposed construction of the Crescent Apartments, an apartment building located at 4260 North Arch Drive, to include 129 residential apartment units, 17 of which will be set aside as affordable housing for low-income households, 5 stories with a maximum transitional height of 76 feet to the highest point, to include 145 parking spaces on 2 subterranean levels. And this is in reference to CBC-2017-379-DB-SPP-SPR-ENV-2017-3760-EAVA. Pardon me, EAFA. So is there a second?
Yes.
Okay. So now that the motion is forward, public comment on this agenda item. Let me get my timer. Go developer, go ahead.
Yes, and for the record, I did try to second the motion as well as an independent stakeholder. Yes, and the developer owes Richard a great amount of gratitude. So let me see here. Yes, let's a couple of gift cards maybe might show up in a certain post office box. Yes, it's very cheap to buy people here. Yes, that's what they said with the agents that came out from New York last week. So the developer again will prevail. And we got her ringer there, Lisa, on the commission that it will go before. So how can you lose? That's why my goal is that I want to build a hotel right in the middle of the goddamn 101 freeway with a 60-foot height, 0 fucking setback. Excellent.
Your time has expired. Phone number ending in 018. Barry, go ahead.
Hi, it's Barry. The developer is using a list of menu items, and one such item says the height is limited. The height increase shall permit a maximum of 11 additional feet on top of the 45. That's 56 feet. It doesn't matter how many other menu items you want to try and use. It's saying you can't go over 11 feet over plus the 45 feet. And you keep coming back to that, and it's on page 10 of Ordinance 179681. Thank you.
Brandon Marino, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that this isn't really a problem with the developer as so much as the specific plan isn't strong enough, that it isn't clear enough, and it doesn't define with as much strength as I think we would like what the developers can and can't do. There's a lot of loopholes. And if I was a developer, if there's a loophole there, I take it. I'm not for the developers or against the developers. I'm just saying that if there's loopholes there, the developers will take it each and every time, and it's not the developer's fault. It's there, they take it, and I think the specific plan needs to be strengthened to close these loopholes so we don't have this situation coming up over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Adele, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Adele, you're a committee member. Hold that thought. Patty Kirby, go ahead.
Hi, my question, and maybe you covered this, but is about the low income, the 17 units from 12 units. How low is the low income? Is it based on the percentage of the pricing on the units? And what does that really mean? That's it.
Thank you, Patty. So the just so you know, Patty, the income thresholds are based on they actually kind of start at HUD, they come through the city housing authority, and there's a sliding scale for how many people are in the household, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, studio, etc. The 17 units are sprinkled same as percentage through what's being offered in the building. The developer can correct me if I'm wrong, but you potentially, depending on how many incomes there are in a unit, you could have a 2-bedroom unit that's $1,000 or $1,300, I think is at the high end. It's $42,000 for very low income, I believe. For a single family, it's up to $42,000 of annual income or less. And Patty, I'm happy to or Scott, I think has it as well. I'm happy to forward you the link from the city's housing authority that gives you the scale of how many incomes going into a what size unit, what the prescribed rent would be to qualify as a very low income tenant. And that has to be vetted by, and that's approved by the city as well, if I'm not mistaken, not the building owner.
Oh, hi, Randy, did you want me to add on to
Yeah,
that? or-
sure. Please jump right in.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. And thank you for opening this up again. I'm a little confused what happened earlier, but we appreciate it. So yes, the income levels for this project, it's 17 very low income units, which is set by the city. I don't have the specific rates with me right now, but the rent limits are set across the city for depending on the sizes of the units. And you know, the units themselves have to be compatible with the other units in terms of the same design, the same quality of finishes. They need to be spread throughout the building, can't be sectioned off into one area. And the goal there is to not segregate the units or treat them differently. They're treated the same as any other unit. They're just, the rent limits are those that are applied by the city at very low income levels, based on calculations by HUD and the median average income of Los Angeles County.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, for rounding out my attempt of an answer. Jeff Hartwig, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want clarification on how high Marshall's is at its highest point. And I do think that the project is too high for the area. I think it's 15 to 20 feet too high. So I think it should be truncated, and so it's a better fit for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Melanie Winter, go ahead.
I feel like it would be helpful if we got a real good planting plan, and if we need to be on site, if committee members need to be on site with the landscape architect. There seem to be a lot of questions about the planting plan and the landscape. So that's one thing. It's important to have, I know this makes Lisa laugh, it's important to have less impervious surface in Los Angeles, and you're asking for 70% cover, which is going above and beyond, and people don't seem to be comfortable with the landscape plan. So that's my comment on this.
Patrice Berlin, go ahead.
Hi there. So I believe a lot of this project should be supported by the board and the committee due to the mishandling of this by Lisa Karajian and her incompetence that really hurts the developer. And I think that we all need more information in regards to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 688. Go ahead. Phone number ending in 688. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, it's Diana Nicole again. I got back on because I got off thinking this was done. So thanks for the second chance. You know, there's a lot of issues with the design, and I do feel for the folks here representing this project that maybe there wasn't clarity from the land use committee initially. But I just want to say in general to the land use committee, you know, we keep approving these oversized buildings and the city won't have to formally change our zoning and specific plan to TOC. We're just going to do it piecemeal by piecemeal. And so, you know, it's oversized and it's a bad design in many respects because of the lack of permeable surfaces, because of the lack of greenery. You're increasing the heat island effect with this. There are better ways to do this, and maybe there needs to be a presentation so that you all can see.
Thank you. Your time has expired. replace the land use chair. Go ahead.
Good idea, Randy. I second that. To the developer, what you could do is you should really talk with Lisa Karajian. She has a nonprofit to help usher these things through. She can meet with Caro or Krikorian. I can play you the video where she said that. She can get you money, whatever. Or, she's on South Valley Planning and, she can help you there. Or change something on the specific plan. She's just full of conflict of interest and she can just make all this happen. I think Diane and Nicole should be on land use, by the way. I really like what she has to say. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands from the public for public comment is now closed. So going to the committee, Richard Niederberg and then Adele.
Yeah, one thing that they've kind of ignored, the possibility of spending a little extra and putting a hydraulic elevator in rather than a cable one. Therefore, you would not have the extra height on top of the roof. This has happened in many buildings before when they get close to it. I realize this is way over, but not every project we do is way over. If it's just a couple of feet or a few feet or even 10 feet, you knock the whole shack off the top of the roof, put in hydraulics, and prevent these kind of arguments as to height. Although this is a larger increase in height than we normally accomplish. Bye.
Adele.
Sorry, I jumped around. Jonathan, I do want to apologize to you. I wrote a very long email asking for a lot of things that I sent off, and I don't know if you ever got it. And so I want to apologize to you because I really feel I would like to see more of the planting plan, and that I even would trust you if it weren't so tall. And here's the problem that I think and why it's different this time is if you looked at our agenda, we're facing like 7 different developments in Studio City. And we're looking at Studio City becoming more like Encino, where there's just very tall buildings all up and down the corridor. And we want your apartment building there. We do. And I think you guys are great. I think you're a great company, and everything you've done in your presentations are very well spoken. And I love your Dutch guy. I forgot his name. He's and Johannes. And and Emily, you guys are all very good. And I think you've sort of been hit by this wave of, we don't want to have Ventura Boulevard look like a big Encino. And so I think the new height limit, the problem is the height in the front on Ventura Boulevard. And I'm not saying go stick it in the back or by the river. I'm saying, how can we do something that's a little more friendly looking and a little more, like Studio City and less like Encino. So I think that's the real objection that you're hitting up against, because all of these projects with these big, oversized buildings are not what we want. And, Lisa is a big champion of beautification, and your building will beautify that area. And we want that. So I sort of don't want you to be incredibly discouraged, but you are going to be. But if we could figure out a way to go back into the design with your architect and really look at some of the questions that came up tonight. And I really am sorry that it's going around like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Hold on that thought, Jonathan. Scott Mendel.
Hi, thank you. I want to make a comment about the difference between the May presentation, where the applicant spent about an hour going through this, and they were asked specific questions. Like I said before, there was a motion on the table of support, and it was clearly articulated to the applicant that there were a few missing documents, and now they're back, and now we have pretty much the same presentation and a whole new set of questions, requirements from elevators and trees and too tall that were not mentioned last time. Does the applicant know what this land use committee wants? Because I don't. I'm at both meetings and I am just lost as far as what it is that the land use committee would like the applicant to present or change, and not hearing anything from the land use chair, and not knowing if the land use committee actually communicated to the applicant what to expect at this meeting. I think this is a colossal waste of time. We're an hour into the presentation, and look, this is a bad look. I'd like to hear from the land use chair, who presented the motion at the last meeting of support, and what's changed. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott. I think I'll just toss my 2 cents, and I think that we also have to be. I think the committee itself has to be clear about what questions are before us, what we're weighing in on, and what we're not. And questions about if a question's asked, well, these what is the rent going to be, or what are your lease terms, or I mean, this is private property owned by a private developer that's coming to us with a specific question about height, and at least in my view, we should be weighing the merit of their specific request and not confusing that with other issues. That isn't to say that other issues aren't very important. I think there were a lot of great sustainability questions that were asked in this meeting. Reviewing the transcript of the May meeting, there were questions about solar. Melanie Winter was asking questions, as I recall, for example, about a heat pump for heating and cooling and trying to make the building more environmentally friendly and sustainable. There was a change to the design I saw, creating a more of a breezeway, allowing units on the ground floor. So the developer was responsive to some of these things. I think that's all an important conversation, but I think that the committee also should stick to the very specific question that is before us, because that's what the developer is asking us. Developer is not asking us if we like the angular shape of the building or the breezeway, or if they should make it in from a U to a J. They're asking us specifically about height. And I think that's something should be our focus on the merits of that, and whether we feel it's appropriate and fits in is what their argument is, or that it's not and it's too big. And that's the question that's been put forward to vote on, that Richard has seconded. And so with that, unless there's any other committee response to that, I would just like to bring this to a vote so we can.
Randy, my apologies.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some things. Look, I've been through a lot of neighborhood council meetings, so I understand, sometimes the rules can be difficult. So we understand the delay here. It's not a problem. What I would like to, though, emphasize is that we designed this project within a set of rules that we respect and follow, but not, as I mentioned before, to maximize everything, not to get the tallest building you could possibly build, the most units. We did this in a way to be sensitive as much as we could to produce a feasible project. So we made the choice of having the additional height near the commercial use, which is not a sensitive use, and stepping it back towards the residential uses. We think it's an improvement over the previous project. It is set back further on the side yard from the residential uses. The building design is set back not only from the street side to the river, but also from the west to the east, again, to be more compatible with the residential uses. And just keep in mind that the way height is measured, it sounds like a 75-foot building. That sounds, like a lot, but it isn't in reality a 75-foot building. It's just the way the city requires measurements to be taken. And also, in order to fit the affordable units in the building, we need to exceed certain development limits, and height is really the one that is the most limiting for us. The previous project is essentially the same building envelope as far as the height goes, slightly different, but basically the same. But that project only included 12 affordable units. This one includes 17. So considering that we're within basically the same envelope, but adding additional affordable units as a benefit to the community and the city, we're hopeful that you'll see through this, kind of get beyond the idea that this is too tall and realize that we actually designed a better project this time by including more affordable units within essentially the same building envelope as before. So
just to nail down a specific right before we vote, just to nail down the specific. So at the lowest point where you're beginning your measuring, how many feet below grade is that?
it's 12 feet below grade.
12 feet. And the elevator overrun adds another 8 feet.
I believe so.
Give or take?
Yeah.
So we're
Just to interject, the elevator is a lot more than 8 feet, right? Because nowadays what we deal with these days is these traction elevators, which means there's this big sort of motor that sits on top of the elevator.
Oh, so it's probably like 15 feet.
Oh yeah, it's at least 15 feet. I mean, that's really something that's changed in the last couple of years, right? Because it used to be that you have the pneumatics and there's no, it's just as tall as the elevator. But nowadays you basically have a big machine sitting on top of the elevator, which allows, us not to have to drill a hole in the ground and putting oil into that hole and then pistons and things like that. So sorry.
Forgive me, Johannes. So just because I just want to get clarity, so the committee knows what they're voting on and when we talk about height, but I think it's important to be very specific. So the measurement is starting, let's say, compared to the street at Arch Drive, we're starting 12 feet below grade. Yes?
That's right.
And Johannes, you're saying that the elevator overrun is approximately 15, 14, 13, 18. Where would you peg the number?
I think 15 is fair, right? Because you have the elevator and then you have to basically get up there to service it. And
right.
Yeah.
So you're saying, so we're saying 27 feet is being added, 15, and question one, so 12 feet. So can you see the elevator overrun from the street? I don't see it from your drawings, right? Yes, no?
No, there's no way you can see this.
So from Arch Drive, the height of the roof line is what?
Hold on, I have it on my presentation. From Arch Drive, the height of the roof line is 57 feet to the top point, and it chamfers down, right?
Right. So we're saying, at the street, so with the aesthetic on the north side, which is 45 feet in height, you're talking 12 feet over in terms of how someone would see it looking across the street.
I think that's correct. And I also want to mention that and there's a slide in the presentation too, which is in the link for you to review after this meeting as well. There is very comparable height buildings along Arch Drive if you go further down the street, if not larger and more bulky buildings than this one. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that as well.
No, I appreciate it. I just think I think that, at least for me anyway, that gives me better clarity when we talk in terms of 76 feet, but in reference to what and how does that align with other buildings? Because there is in fact a slope. And we've seen that in other projects where there's debate about where's the height and how high is it. So anyway, I think that's important information. So thank you for that.
I would like in line with
Thank you, Randy.
that.
That's a great clarification. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
In line with that, I would like to know how much taller the building is than Marshall's.
I have just a rough measurement because we don't have a survey of Marshall's, but I believe, according to the model, that Marshall's is 36 feet tall. So with 57, we're about 20 foot taller than that. And one note too is that corner that is right above Marshall's is actually a patio that's enclosed. So it's not actually units, more like an open air patio. I don't know if that matters to you. But it has a wall around it, right? So we count it as to the top of the wall.
Because you're looking at a face.
Right, Dean, right. Okay, with that, I'd like to bring this motion to a vote. So, Lisa Karajian,
I've chosen to recuse myself, so.
okay. Jesse Porter's not here. Lana is not here. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Adele Slaughter,
No.
Scott,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes and will be presented to the full board, presumably this month. With that, moving on to agenda. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I know it's late in the night.
Appreciate
it. Agenda item 8, comments from members on subject matters within the community's jurisdiction. Are there any comments from any committee members? We'll have to take public comment. We'll have to take public.
Yes, I'd like to actually say a few words, if I may.
Please.
So I am going to make a lot of people very happy who are in attendance this evening. So having given extensive thought, and actually it hasn't been too hard to make a decision as the one that I have made this evening. To my role with land use, I would like to announce my resignation effective immediately as chair of Studio Cities Land Use Committee and as a board member of the Studio Cities Neighborhood Council. I wanted to express how appreciative and grateful I am to each and every committee member for showing up month after month and for volunteering your free time to this committee. And to the stakeholders, everyone present, I want to say I am not perfect by any means. I am sorry if I've ever disappointed you, which from the sounds of it, I've disappointed you a lot, or let you down in any way. I wholeheartedly tried to do my best to the best of my ability for the past 7 years of my volunteerism in land use and 9 total with the neighborhood council. My intention and focus has been and will always be to have a vibrant community for everyone, not just certain people, but for everyone. I hold a business seat and I owe to the business owners as well as the stakeholders for everyone to be heard always. And with that, I leave you with always to do the right thing, because I always try to. And most importantly, please do it without ego and NIMBYism. And that's very important to me. Good night. And thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from, well, I'll just make the comment of, I imagine I can speak on behalf of the committee and of course, the board. Thank you for your years of service to our neighborhood council. Thank you for your what you will do in your continued service to our community.
Thank you.
In all of your other capacities, and I look forward to our paths crossing again in the near term.
Thank you.
Wish you only good health and good things.
Thank you.
With that, are there any other comments? We'll have to take public comment on this agenda item, but are there any other comments from board within this committee's jurisdiction, comments from members?
I would just say thank you to Lisa for all of her years of service to the community. I know it's been difficult of late. There's been a lot of challenging matters, issues and such. It hasn't always been that way, but it's become that way. There are a number of projects that perhaps have influenced, and people have certainly voiced a lot of opinions, and that's what the community and that's what these boards and councils are for. But truly want to appreciate, thank you and appreciate all of your years of service.
Seeing no, hearing no other board comment, pardon me, committee comment, we'll go to public comment on agenda item number 8. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, Goat Puppet.
Yes. So in light of this revelation, I will also be resigning. I will be resigning as a developer, and I will be going back as a regular farm animal after that inspirational speech by Lisa Karjakian. And we'll see Thursday if she will be resigning from that planning commission or not. I don't know. Is the gig up? Did Jose Weezer talk too much? No, he hasn't said anything. Oh, all right. Then we'll write it out. Shame on Scott for voting for the project. Scott looks like another duplicate of Lisa without a skirt. Yes. Did you see that sleight of hand? The developer still gets everything he wants. No matter what we do, we are all puppets with the hand up the air.
Time has expired.
Move for adjournment.
One more comment from Brandon, 1 second, or 2 more comments. Brandon, go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
If Lisa wishes to leave land use, that's her prerogative, but I would urge her not to leave the board. There's 10 or 11 people who don't like you out of 33,000 people in Studio City. Don't let them get to you. I'm sick of this crap. I'm sick of people attacking you and not being called to a point of order because individuals should not be attacked during committee meetings or board meetings. All comments should be directed to the committee as a whole or the board as a whole. And yes, they may not like you very much. That's too bad. There's 33,000 people live in Studio City, and that's only 10 people. And one of whom who's here today doesn't live in Studio City half the time. So I would urge you not to leave the board, but if you wish to leave land use, that's fine. But reconsider resigning from the board, please. That's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Brandon. And lastly, replace the land use chair. Go ahead.
Hi. In 2014, Lisa was chair of a land use committee subcommittee on Sportsman's Lodge. She handled it so poorly, she created a big divide between a lot of the residents on Alcove and the developer and made it an untenable situation, which caused us all kinds of grief. I just think that all of the board members who end up on these on these committees need to know, need to step back and not be personally involved in it. It's about what the stakeholders want, and Lisa has not done that. So it's a good decision. I'm glad she's leaving. Thank you.
For that, I will just, we will thank you everyone for their time, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.